You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line.
Do not forget. Expect us.
This is a message to all supporters. A message to all freedom fighters, to all dissenters, to all forgotten. A call to all intellectuals, to all journalists. A call to all freethinkers. A call for intelligence. This is a call to all poets. A call to the strong and the weak. A call to all young people. To the wise, to the astucious. We want you to join us. We are on the streets of Tokyo. In the skyscrapers of New York. In the lanes of Paris. In the cellars of Munich. On Moscow's icy places. On the cobbled streets of Dublin. This is a call to all people. To the youth. Join us in the fight for freedom of information. Search for us, and you will find us. We are among you. We are you. Everyone you speak with can be a member of Anonymous. We have no leaders, only an orientation. We have no targets, only results. You cannot stop us because we are an idea. We cannot be eliminated because we are invisible. If you try to mock us, we will mock ourselves. If you try to slander us, we will accept the defamation. We are the king's jesters with daggers. We are the dancing bear which tears to pieces the laughing mob. We are anonymous. We are a legion. We do not forgive. We do not forget. Expect us, just as we expect you.
councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
We're live. Welcome to Anonymous Bites Back episode
191.
We're on episode 191. Hold on, I'm having a glitch again. I don't understand why this streaming kit does this every show. Hold on. Cancel. Sorry guys, just bear with me for a second.
That's my favorite part.
Move.
Is it software related? Are you qualified?
It's not exactly. It's like turn it off, turn it on, and then it'll refresh the. And there we go. All right, I fixed it. It's just this is what happens when you use use open source software. Like this problem.
It shows that we need people to support open source software more.
Yeah.
Whew, that was harder to kick out than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. But
so yeah, let's jump into
first?
it.
So
what should we talk about?
Off Facebook. I think we'll start with our weekly Facebook fuck ups.
Yeah, so Facebook Facebook is now allowing you to view the data that they've stolen from you. For real. Like this is really happening. So I mean somebody wants
Thanks.
Yeah, like so we're talking everything from hovers to scrolls to clicks, likes, joint searches that you have done through Facebook app. I'm not sure if they're showing the fucking hidden data they've stolen from you from reaching into your operating system, getting your logs and all that. So they're allowing you to control they're allowing you to see what they've taken, and now they're allowing you to control what they can and can't have instead of these generic on-off switches. They're making that actually it makes it more difficult now that they have all these options. If they just had a generic on and off button, that would cover it, but no, they want to make it too technical because they want to keep on hoarding your data as much as possible, but California passed a law, and so did several other states a little while ago, I think a few months ago, where they can it's called the user data protection laws, and they're not allowing companies to steal users' data without their consent. And there is going to be a new federal law that's going to be talked about in the next month, which is expected to pass, where it's going to be federal data user laws that will kind of mimic what's been going on in the States. So, where social media sites, websites, internet service providers will not be allowed to be stealing your data without your consent. Now, there might be some stipulations to that, especially with internet service providers. Like you need to be able to use the service in order to use it. So there might be some loopholes where they might get around it. But yes, and if most people don't think that your internet service provider isn't monitoring what you're doing, all of them do. It's just how much weird shit are you doing, and that's when the red flags come in, It's usually not related to searches and what you're looking at. It's more along the lines of, are you downloading too much? Are you uploading too much? Are you doing some weird stuff? Packet wise, are you sending a bunch of random garbage packets to an IP? Are you DDoS? Just weird shit like that usually raises a flag, here and there.
Yeah, so they're holding all of that in, and you can go and look at it. So at what point does it all get leaked? Sometime next week, or
Don't know. Like,
I'm
and
gonna say within the next 2 weeks, because it's a new feature they just opened. I'd say within the next 2 weeks there'll be a huge story that all of Facebook's user information was accidentally uploaded or made available by without encryption or
well, that's
something
what
like that.
happened
It's
last
coming.
time. The leak that happened 2 years ago. They left all the data on a fucking server, which was accessible by typing in its IP address, and it had no security on it. You could just go onto it, or it had low security or something. I think it was a generic password from what I was told, so maybe admin password or something. And yeah, it was able to be accessed, the stuff that was stolen last year. Now, why somebody put it onto a server with almost no protection, I have no fucking clue. You can ask Facebook administration for that. Now, here's something I know from working in the corporate world. Like, you like to think that a lot of these corporations, tech companies, they have uber high security, but some of them do, but a majority of them are ran like shit shows. There's just so much stupidity. There's so many, not stupidity. There's so much shit going on that stuff gets overlooked, and a lot in it, and it just becomes a shit show. And that's pretty much what Facebook is. It's a shit show
Well, yeah,
behind the
and their
scenes.
goal isn't to protect your personal information. Their
No, it's
goal
to
is to
see,
collect
steal
and
it.
sell.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just to
Why
collect
do you,
and
why do
sell
you
it. I mean,
why?
they're not hiding that.
Yeah, who do you think pays for the servers? Who do you think pays for the fucking for Mark Zuckerberg's fucking island that he's trying to buy, or whatever the
Yeah,
fuck he's trying to
yeah,
do?
because otherwise it would be the exact opposite. They would go with you and say, "Hey, which information would you like to share?" And not, "Hey, we're sharing all of your information. If you would like us not to go through individually and pick each one." Where it should literally be the exact opposite. If I'm searching for something, you're like, "Hey, would you like us to share your information with, car companies? You're searching for a car, and you'll get some ads and find a better deal." Yeah, yeah, cool. That's fine. Do that. Right. But it's the exact opposite. It's like, "Oh, we've already sold it. We've already sold it 3, 4 times. Oh, by the way, would you like us to continue doing that?" No, no, I would like you to stop immediately and get rid of any of the information that you have. If some credit card agency would like to buy my personal information, they can send me a check.
Yeah, Mark, websites have been doing this for a long time. Telling people that when you sign up, you will get ads, you will get this and that. Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook had the option of doing this, and him being a young fucking corporate, whatever the hell he thinks he is, robot, android, data,
Hacker. He's a
whatever the hell he
hacker.
thinks. Oh yeah, he thinks he's a hacker too. That he's not.
Yeah.
I've seen his early work on for websites. It's pretty fucking stupid. So one hacker way is a fucking flop. He's not a hacker. Anyway, so he had the option of telling his users. I'm pretty sure this conversation came up, when Facebook was new. Like, hey, we have a million users now, and the server space is becoming more than our budget. Why don't we just tell users that we're going to be selling their data to companies so that they can have the service for free? And they never admitted that up until it became a problem. And if they would have had more obvious protocols, or they would have informed their users the whole time, none of this shit would have happened. None of it. I guarantee you, none of this. Well, some of it would have happened. The data breaches might have still happened, but you know, uh, all this problem that Facebook is in now is mainly because they've tried to hide and squander how much data they were actually taking, and so much so that their app was stealing data logs of the numbers that were in your phone. I'm almost positive it still does too on Instagram when it goes connect with on your Instagram thing when it goes connect with friends and it goes may we use your contacts. I'm pretty sure that they're using that. They're stealing that data table, so it still goes on. I know Facebook is their stock's been crashing all week. Um, I I've been saying this for what? Didn't I say this earlier this year? That Facebook would start to devalue itself, and now it's happening by the third quarter. And then isn't it happening? What is? Oh, this is the first quarter. Sorry, this is but it did start in the third quarter. But yeah, Facebook is devaluing itself. It's going to become a $1 billion company, or it wasn't even a billion. It was almost $1 billion company, but it's going to be in the hundreds of millions and maybe the tens of millions. I don't foresee Facebook being I see it being a parent company for a while. I would say maybe 5 years tops because of what they own. But the apps that they own are besides Instagram. Instagram is the only thing that Facebook has going for itself,
And
and
that's slowly going downhill too. Like they
it
just
is it
won't
is
like they're hell bent on doing like making every mistake that they made with Facebook with Instagram.
it is and it isn't. You know, like Instagram is like it's very popular here and it's more popular internationally. Uh,
Well, and there's things I don't understand because I will be getting censored for the exact same story on Facebook and won't be getting censored on it for Instagram.
because the terms of actually they have a different review
Terms of
process.
service.
Yeah. Even though the offices are in the same company, they do have different terms of service and a different set of staff monitoring. It's not as heavily monitored as Facebook,
Yeah,
but
because I think I've been censored on Instagram one time for like if it was for a police violence thing.
well,
And that was really the only time and that was like a year and a half ago. And since then, you know, we get censored constantly and almost never on Instagram.
I would tell if I were an investor, I would tell Mark this: look, step down as a corporate CEO or make it look like you're stepping down. Abandon Facebook and just dump all your resources in Instagram. Stop censoring people, and your fucking shit will go fucking to the moon. Like, but he doesn't want to do that. He wants to fucking sell user data. He wants to. People don't want what Mark Zuckerberg wants on the social media platform, and him alone has destroyed Facebook. I'm sorry.
You know, I mean, my thing is, I think we just need to like Anons like we've got some of the best programmers in the world. There's like we just need to just do it ourselves. It's enough is enough. We've got like the skills. We've got, you know what I mean. Like there's no reason why we haven't in a big way.
No, we actually have a few. John made one. The problem, it was actually pretty nice. It had all the bells and whistles. It didn't have live streaming. That wasn't the problem. The problem we found out was getting people onto the platform itself. Now, there are 1,000,001 social media platforms, but if your friends aren't on there, if people you know aren't on there, if there aren't all the bells and whistles. Now people go to social media now for different things. It's not just to connect with people or
Oh
talk.
yeah, there's
It's
people run their businesses from it, and I
yes,
mean
a lot
there's
of
a lot.
entertainment is a big part of the whole social media thing now.
But I
So
think, you know, even we're starting to get to the point where even between us, we've got enough people where we could really push a new social network. You know, where you could get 100,000 people on it within a couple of days.
well, 100,000 is not a problem. It's once you start getting the tens of millions, like that's the jump. That's the leap.
Yeah, I just feel like, man, I just feel like we could totally do it, if we got the support and just we know what people want. You know, it's got to look nice too. You know, but we know what people want. We just got to do it. And everybody kind of, yeah, I don't know. We just haven't been able to find one that's got enough. I haven't been able to find one that's got enough fucking traction to take off,
A
or
lot
it's
of
missing like one vital component.
the one vital component is the people. Seriously.
Yeah, and it's hard to tell what will take off, but Facebook is on its last legs. Like people are wanting something else. You know, Twitter is the same way. people desperately want something else, but there just hasn't been a viable alternative or one that the people will support.
Well, I mean, VK is another alternative, but unless you're like me and others who can speak Russian, you really aren't on there. So, uh,
Yeah, and I mean, that was one of the things that was cool about Facebook is that, you didn't feel like you were on a totally different platform, or it was, no matter where in the world you were kind of surrounded by like-minded people. And it's like all of it just went to trash. Like, remember
yeah.
when you would get on Facebook and, you would post pictures of your family and dance videos and fun stuff, and now all of them are just one kind of activist, racist, sexist, fucking troll nightmare.
You
That's
can't
social
even.
media.
I can't even here's one reason I detest Facebook. It's like the level. This is. I mean, this was. I'm not on there now, but the level of intelligence of the user base was kind of low, and when I would talk to people about certain things, they had no idea what I was talking about, or they knew just enough to say a few things, but they really didn't know. When I move on to other social media, like Twitter, there's a lot of highly intelligent people on Twitter. Instagram, so it's yes or no, but Facebook, it was predominantly, your mom, your dad,
Mm.
whatever. But it was not people that were of. I'm not saying that everybody who has a Facebook is stupid. I'm just saying predominantly the user base was not of high intelligence. I'm sorry.
Well, now there's a lot of smart people on there, I guess, but it's not like they got anything done being that fucking brilliant.
No.
Where is that on Twitter?
Twitter, yes, I do find
No.
very highly intelligent people on there. Yes.
I mean, there are a lot of really brilliant people, but the like ego and like opinionated like side of it, everybody's so wrapped up in their followers and
Of
all of
course.
that, they lose what's important in what they're saying.
I am the
You'll get on there.
king.
I had some guy like answer on ours the other day that was all like, well, and it wasn't towards us. Somebody had written a comment on there that made some great fucking points, and the guy's answer was, or girls, I don't know, the troll was, well, then who the fuck are you? Well, what does it matter? That's absolute truth. Who the fuck does it matter who they are, how many follows they have? Like, it's the truth. Get off of the high horse. And yeah, it's overwhelming sometimes on social media.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to put numbers out there, but I'm in control of some accounts that have, quarter of a million people following. But you know what? It has absolutely nothing because I am the king of losing shit. Like I could have an account that has 20, 30,000 followers, and I'll see some dumb shit, and I'll fucking lose it. So you know what I mean? Like, so it has really nothing to, your follower base has really nothing. And if you know anything about um, how social media works and the back end tricks, you know that likes are meaningless because they can be bought. That's just a flat out truth, you know?
Well, you know
Yeah.
what I don't see is people going to these other platforms. I hopped over like almost 2 years ago onto some of them, and their growth is so slow. And you're like, you'd think there would be millions of people spilling over into the other platforms, and they're just not catching on like you would think.
No, they're not.
Everybody's pissed off at Facebook, but then they don't go anywhere else.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but Instagram is not exactly a until they make it so it's not just pictures and they allow hyperlinks in embedded hyperlinks into the quotes, allow people to, it has some of the functionality as Facebook, but it really doesn't. It's more of a just the pictures and this and that and videos, which is kind of where everything is moving more towards a video concept. But it does lack verbiage, texting, and or
Yeah.
people writing stuff. It does have some of the limitations. So um,
Yeah, it's definitely a different platform. I think it's used. way different. And there is, that in the way that Facebook has that kind of business undertones, a lot of people run their businesses off of Facebook more than being a like personal page anymore. Instagram's got, a lot of people that are YouTubers and social media, celebrities and stuff like that. There
Actually,
seems to be a lot more of that going on there.
when I traveled internationally, believe it or not, Telegram is a big player as like a not only messaging platform, but for not exactly social media, but they use it kind of in the same fashion internationally. I was actually kind of surprised how how much has been added by people and bots around the world to make up for censored internet around the world. So it's messaging platforms are also like another avenue that people are kind of gravitating to.
Just to round out the Facebook, the social media stories. So 550 million they got to pay out to users in Illinois over privacy
Yeah,
settlement.
that's been a lawsuit that's been they've been fighting for about 3 years now, and now because this user data, yeah, I think the original case came up over the facial recognition that was going. Remember how Facebook was testing out if its user base was sad? Well, they didn't tell people that they were using facial recognition to do this when they started implementing it. So now when they say 550 million is going to be distributed, that was what the article said. I have no idea the fine details. It's a big fucking number. I have no idea how they can pay it off when the company is not worth that much. So,
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much they're
oh wait, how much?
worth.
Wait, how
It's
much? How much?
550 million. So yeah, they should be able
Hold
to
on,
they should be able to pay that, no
hold on.
problem.
I think I've got my numbers wrong. Facebook's net value right now. Hold on.
So they got to be a couple $billion company.
I'm seeing right now. What's the current net worth? Let me see. It doesn't say.
It's got to be at least a couple $billion.
Yeah, a couple billion.
Google it.
Oh, 104
Oh,
billion. Okay, yeah. That's right.
yeah,
Okay,
so they should. I mean, they can afford a $500 billion
500
or
million. Yeah.
$500 million.
For some weird reason in my head, I
um,
thought it was only a $5 billion company. I was like, wait, did you get enough sleep last night?
no, they got half a trillion
Yeah,
dollars.
yeah. No, the only the
Yeah.
only the only company that's passed $1 trillion is Apple. Yeah.
Well, I mean, in comparison to Tesla stock is on fire. I think it's doubled over the last couple of weeks here. Just with the launch of right after the truck, it's been steady going up since then. So you can stop using child labor for lithium mines at any time now, anytime you want.
Oh yeah. I see that. Like in one day. Holy shit! It went up.
Yeah,
It
man.
went up $100 in a day.
Yeah. Oh, it's been nonstop, man. It's been nonstop. There was one kind of the
Dude,
first day of the.
It's up $59 as of what the fuck?
Yeah.
Dude, I should have
I
fucking
bought
put
I
down
bought
on
some
that
Tesla.
shit.
Bought some Tesla stock when it was
Oh
still like
man.
$50 a fucking a share.
Yeah, then our
Yeah.
listeners are like, are these guys anarchists or are they capitalists? Like, hey man, I gotta make money somehow.
um, let's see. We do have I don't want to get the coronavirus is going to be a pretty long conversation, so I kind of want to talk about some of the other issues, some of the other stories that are going on um, before we get into that. Do we want to start talking about the impeachment? I mean,
I haven't really
I've
been
been staying
following it,
away
dude.
from it just because it's saturated. We got a lot of things going on, and it seems like the only thing that the world can talk or that the U.S. can talk about right now is is the impeachment, and it's like there's so much other news that's being covered up over this same. I have trouble staying conscious for most of it.
Well, from my understanding is that probably nothing is going to happen. Just like every other president who's been impeached, he's been acquitted.
I mean, it.
What are my personal views? Personally, I think he should have been kicked out of office, but that's probably not going to happen. So it would, from what I hear, from what I've been understanding is that the Republicans don't want witnesses to come on, and that will help his acquittal. So I mean, is it probably going to happen? Is he probably going to be acquitted? Probably. So I mean, what do you guys
Yeah,
think?
I don't think that not calling the witnesses makes him look. There's a couple of things, right? If first his choice of lawyers made him look pretty guilty and probably lost him a lot of support from people that were supporting him, right? This was not the time to pick up Jeffrey Epstein's fucking lawyer. Just not the time. There are other evil lawyers out there. That was a super bad move, and I think that made him look really guilty to people that were supporting him. Not the people that already wanted him impeached and all that. That's not going to change. But the people supporting him, I think he's been making decisions that they're having a harder and harder time. Like, it's not your side's defending you and they're making points, and you're out here making yourself look more and more and more guilty. The best thing, Trump can do is just shut the fuck up.
He's not good at that.
No, no. And he just, the more he talks, the worse it looks for him. And he's like, the other people that are involved are the same way. Like Giuliani, just shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
I don't talk about cases. Just shut the fuck up.
He's a retard for a lawyer. He doesn't know how to shut his mouth.
Yeah, I mean, like any other criminal case or any other, litigation that we're in, I can't talk about the case. I can't talk about ongoing cases. That's what you say, but these guys just run on at the mouth and don't make themselves look any better. And like that's the most damning thing of the whole case is them on the other side, like undermining their rapist defending lawyers' speeches.
It's kind of boring overall. The little bit I've seen, I don't know if it's the format. It's more the people involved. They just, even if they have some kind of convincing argument, they're laying it out in such like a bland fashion. It's just.
And some of it we've just heard so long, and so many, like there's no new information, there's no new argument, no new side to the argument. Like it just, I don't know. I would have liked if you're gonna impeach the guy, like do it. It seems so weak in even the Republicans were not this weak in their like pursuit of impeaching Clinton.
Yeah, no, they tried. Yeah, he was acquitted. I was just too young to remember, but I do remember my mom making me watch like C-SPAN and all that shit. They were pretty dead set on impeaching him. I just don't understand how he got.
Yeah, and they've got to keep up like a like there's a whole like hypocrisy in the whole thing that bothers me because they don't want to make rules to take away any of the power that allowed Trump to do these things. You're not a king. Right. But yet we put now all of these through executive powers and executive this and executive that and secret this and secret that. And now you've ended up with a king. And they don't want to take any of those powers away because they hope to get their king into power eventually. And I think that really causes problems in making the trial seem like it's fake. You've got a bunch of people that are corrupt themselves. Right. Granted, Trump is corrupt and his corruption is pretty obvious. But the people that are there bringing it up and bringing it up to courts, history is so fucking corrupt. It's hard to take any of it seriously. Like you're here defending Joe Biden, like criminal activities around the world. And I'd say more criminal's the wrong word, right? Morally bankrupt, dealings around the world. Because a lot of what the rich do are not illegal, so they're not criminal, but that's because they write the laws.
Yeah, come on, man.
Yeah, so they like to hide behind. I didn't do anything illegal. Well, I know. Still bogus as shit, man.
And they've all got diplomatic immunity and all this bullshit. Like, just you can't defend the criminality. And You know how the Republicans and Trump defended as well? They don't go after them. They control the DOJ. I mean, if they wanted to go after these guys, then go after them.
They can't. Like that's the deal. They can't really go after them without destroying themselves, right? They can't really go after Trump because if you say, "Hey, I want to bring witnesses," they're going to say, "Yeah, we want witnesses too. We want to talk to Joe Biden and his son." And they don't want that because all of their corruption is built up behind, he's a top in the neoliberal Democratic Party. Right, he's got a lot of corruption on his shoulders. We can name them off, right? The prison industrial complex, the fucking fossil fuels industry, Monsanto. You know what I mean? Connect the corporate elite. This whole thing, right, with his son in Ukraine and all of that, is over a gas pipeline.
Well, he had the banks behind him before. He, being from Delaware and the credit card companies and all the rest of it.
And they
A
can't.
lot of support.
They can't because it's more than it's completely logical to say, okay, what Trump did was illegal, right? Well, what did Trump do? Well, he wanted Biden to be investigated for this, and this. Okay, well then let's talk to Biden. That's the next step.
Yeah.
And how
that
illegal
doesn't Trump being a bad person doesn't make Biden a good person, and that's where we get into this whole. No, you can't even mention it.
Well, no. Here's the deal. Here's the deal that everybody's overlooking is that there was enough evidence to say that he was going to hold foreign aid to the Ukrainian government if he didn't agree to investigate Biden.
Yeah, if he didn't. But that's where we get into this.
It wasn't hearsay. It was documented. Remember, there was a bunch of documents from emails that were released, and the time frames that they were released were exactly what the intelligence advisor was saying. Is that it was what it looked like, but because everybody who is in this impeachment proceeding is on Trump's side, this is why he's going to be acquitted.
This is what bothers me about the thing. I mean, about the whole impeachment. Like that's I mean, all great point. There's plenty of evidence that's damning to Trump for sure. But you have a situation where Trump has the ability to say, "Hey, I want another country to get dirt on my opponent. Show me, get proof of all of the corrupt shit that they're doing all over the world." And that you're completely outraged about. What you're not outraged about is how come you have all of these politicians that have been running corrupt shit all over the world. Like, run a politician that isn't corrupt. Trump has no ability to look up, and I'm not like, you can pick another person, you know what I mean? But just to say, he can't look at Bernie Sanders and say, "Hey, get me, I want China to get dirt on Bernie Sanders," because there isn't any. Right? If your candidates are not corrupt, then there's no dirt to get. This is not an argument that you need to have. But our system is so corrupt, you're outraged that someone else, well, how dare you ask another country to look into our corruption? How dare you be corrupt?
Yeah, they don't want to have the argument about how corrupt they are, and they don't want to give up their corruption. So we just need to quit talking about it.
Yeah, that's the
point they're trying to. It's just so ridiculous. It's just like, you double standard hypocrites, man. It's just outrageous. Yeah.
And there is the underlying like bad taste in my mouth that this is all over the one thing that you can never, ever, ever violate. And that is giving money to the military industrial complex. And at the end of the day, I have seen politicians and presidents and this person and that person hold up food, hold up medication, right? Hold up absolutely everything for their own political gains for that week, right? But the only time that it becomes an impeachment offense if you hold up the fucking weapons, right? You make it so we can't sell guns somewhere. How dare you? Right? And that kind of leads us there. Okay, fair enough, right? But why are we selling guns to everybody again? Is there nothing else you can do? Nothing else?
Yeah, you smuggle them to Mexico and then you lose track of them. But that's okay. That was an operation, so it's.
Yeah, it's not like there's this. The situation in Ukraine is dire in some senses, for sure. The weapon sales, one way or another, are not going to help Ukraine. If Russia wants to roll over Ukraine, we're not going to do anything about it. Now, we can sell weapons, right? but those weapons are not going to stop the Russian army. We're only making profit out of it. It's a game. And it's just always in the back of my mind. Are you upset that Trump did something? That Trump did something illegal? Or are you upset that he put the brakes on that fucking bomb money?
Well,
It's
yeah,
just always in the back of my mind. They super
yeah,
upset when he doesn't play ball with those couple of things.
yeah, it's like messing with the bank or IRS. You know, there's certain hot topics that just nobody touches, and everybody that does touch them has their careers ruined, thrown in jail. You know, like Trafficant or some of these other guys. You know, they just. There was another one, a Hansen, man. They really put him through the ringer. You know, you don't even hear about him, but
Well, even
that's what they
here,
do.
like you see the government of before Russia invaded to begin with, right? The government of Ukraine were oppressing the fuck out of their people, right? They were in the middle of huge protests and all of that. It wasn't like they were a good government, noted as being one of the most corrupt governments. And then all of these other people come out and are proud of working with them. Well, we've been working with Ukraine for the last 20 years. You've been working with one of the most corrupt governments on the planet for 20 years. I don't ever remember you giving a speech saying that.
That was behind the scenes. You weren't in that smoky room when they were talking about.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't, because you guys could sound.
Yeah, you missed that one for a reason. Yeah.
And not that you were working with gun runners, gun smugglers. So this weapons deal that you're talking about, who are these guns going to? Right, because the government in Ukraine, right, is not what you consider a stable or non-corrupt government. How are you going to tell me that these weapons are not going to fall into terrorist hands? They're almost guaranteed to. So yeah, you know, being completely and utterly furious that weapons didn't make it to somewhere, I'm not quite as upset about that as you would think. I'm not sure if we should be selling weapons to anybody. If you can't sell a surface-to-air missile and guarantee we're going to be shooting down one of our planes in the next 10 years, I don't see how we can sell it. Right?
Well, there has to be some compelling reason for you to be doing that. I mean,
yeah, they design trucks and everything, and your motor to fall apart after a couple 100,000 miles so they can fuck you over. Make this gun so it falls apart in the next 5 years, so you're not shooting me in the back with it. I mean, the bottom line is, even there, like, I'm kind of fucking around, but I'm not sure that we need to be in the arms dealing business at all. Like, I'm not sure if that should be America's place in the world, and I'm not sure if our founding fathers would be happy with that being America's export to the world, being their relationship with oppression, the military, colonialization. I'm not sure how they would feel about us, selling arms, being only selling death around the world. I have a feeling that they would probably be pretty pissed off.
Yeah, they weren't for the outward expansion, that's for sure. Entangling alliances were a no-no.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the things that we do around the world that we're claiming that we're doing for America, I don't feel are like American. This seems like a pretty un-American thing to do to me.
Well, this is, and now, I mean, if you're going to play this empire game, I mean, this is the way you're going to have to do it. It's going to be a dirty game. You know, you're going to have to contradict some of your, basic principles and all the rest of it to get the job done.
I think at the same time, we don't have the actual heart for it. They play lots of dirty games, but they're really, really bad at it. You know, if they were good at it, they've been trying to oppress us for thousands of years. They're good at it, they would have been able to get it done, but they can't.
Yeah.
But no, we're going to have to see how it plays out. But I agree with you 100%. It is so, boring. And you can tell that everybody involved is lying for their own reasons. You know, whether it's a good lie, bad lie, on which side it is, but you can tell that everybody that's there is either is lying or is a liar, right? A liar is a liar even when they're telling the truth, right? And you kind of get that feeling from them when just everybody talks up there.
Yeah, all politicians are liars.
um.
I don't know. What do you
Yeah.
think they're going to wrap it up though? They're saying, well, maybe
Well,
Saturday. I'm just surprised it's dragged on this long. It's so
Well, I think they're
fucking
going to do
boring.
this part like this week, and then I don't know if there's going to be some sort of vote on witnesses, and then they got to go through all of the witnesses and find out what they can and can't do, and then they've got the live version that we get to see for the people, and then they do the closed version that we don't get to see. Normally within a pretty close time to each other. I'm not sure that the one we see is all that important. Because it goes back, these are all pretty bad people, so you have to imagine behind closed doors they're even worse. You've got, honestly, I saw every single news agency out there, right, singing John Bolton's praises. Made me want to throw up.
Give me a break. That's
like hardcore liberals, you know what I mean? The progressive left, blah, just shared nonstop pictures of John Bolton. And it's like, do you not know who you're posting pictures of? Fair enough, he's got dirt on fucking Trump, but he should be writing his book from prison. But no, they're all, like, he went from villain to hero so quick, and I can't, y'all are just a bunch of sheep at that point.
Yeah, that just shows you what gatekeepers they are and what true pieces of shit. They just gravitate to whatever the biggest piece of shit is.
Yeah, because honestly, the dirt that he has on Trump is really not all that. When you look on the scale of horrible things that he's done and has firsthand knowledge of, that doesn't even rank top 10, not even top 10. Their story is people could die if these weapons don't get to Ukraine, right? Bolton has literally got millions of innocent people's blood on his hands. And he's going to come in and act like he's some sort of moral authority.
Yeah, that's what gets me. These psychopaths put on this shit show, and then I'm supposed to sit over here and believe this crap. That's the part they don't get. It's like anybody with a brain is looking at you like you're just such a piece of shit, man.
Oh, you can't even.
You can't even. It's on a scale. It's just most people can't fathom. And then yet there they are. They're like these people we're supposed to look up to. It's like fuck this shit, man.
And nobody ever really has the stones. Like he comes into the witness thing, he puts up his hand, he says, you're these questions under oath. Yes, I promise to answer under oath. Right? I'd open up with a quick question about Trump, and then tell me everything that you know about Venezuela. Right? You can do it. He's under oath. He's got to answer you at that point.
Yeah, you either have something or you don't. It's like, get on with it.
Yeah, come on.
This game, it's their 15 minutes in the spotlight, and they're just dragging it on. And then the next scumbag stands up there, and he gets his 15 minutes of fame. You're just like, get over yourselves.
All of them trying their very hardest for these meme worthy, moments where they, those 2-second clips where they try. Look, you're not a comedian, right? You're not. It's just. You're not a comedian, you're not an actor, you're not any of the things that you're up here trying to pretend to be, right? Just spit it out and move on. But they all try for their 15 minutes of, I've always stood up for you ain't never stood up for us ever. That's how we got here.
Yeah, you don't stand up for anybody unless there's a big fat check next to it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's what's common among all of them. They'll all sell you out for a check.
Oh, the fundraising. Oh my God. I can't deal with another fucking pretty much if your ad goes across my newsfeed, I will never, ever, ever donate to you. Ever. Right? If you try to sell me something through I will never buy whatever the fuck that is. Ever. Right? And I'm just fucking they've got enough money. You look at we've raised literally billions of dollars now for this election. billions of dollars now. Puerto Rico's been moved to damn near a third world fucking country, and they spent $1 billion on Biden ad. Like, it's just the whole system is such a fucking huge waste of money and energy and time. And everyone that comes out, Bloomberg's like, oh, I'll spend $1 billion in ads just to bury Trump. You think you could spend $1 billion to end fucking veterans' homelessness? Boy, that sure gets you a lot of votes. No, I'm going to give $1 billion to an advertising company that I own, and I'm going to act like I'm doing you a favor. I'm fighting for the little guy. Like, come on, guys. It's just the whole fundraising, donations for fucking a bunch of millionaires working working for campaigns that are a bunch of billionaires working for a bunch of $1 trillion industries, but you need my $5.
Yeah, they want to do it with your money, though.
Yeah, every single one of them has, 3, 4 tour buses at this point. Every time I see one of them riding around in a tour bus, those tour buses cost $1 million, pumping diesel into the fucking air the whole time, right? Do a live stream. Quit wasting my money. The same amount of people that are going to watch, you're going to watch your live stream. I understand you got to get the big rally or whatever, right? Drive your Fiesta. You don't need $1 million. Yeah, you don't need a multi-million-dollar fleet of tour buses with your logo on it, right? To get the logo wrap, right, with your slogan on it. That's an extra $100,000. Can you imagine what you could actually do with any of that money? And at the end of the day, it doesn't go anywhere. If you were, all of the people that have dropped out, right? They all raised millions of dollars. All of that just goes to the DNC.
Yeah.
Look,
you might as well have just.
That's your problem, Terrence. You don't understand about sucking ass and being a good bootlicker, man. You got to be a good party man.
I will never run for office for that. I just can't lick boot. I get it from my dad. I want to. I wish I could. Get inside, take over the system from the inside. I really could, but as soon as someone, we need to raise $100 million for what?
Yeah, just think all the guys that you've seen over the years sucking ass, and look how far they went. You could have been one of them guys, man.
Yeah, I'm good. I'll be fine.
Yeah, all right, okay. I know it's a painful choice, doing the right thing.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any. And I know we've talked about it on the show before. I feel that if your goal was to really get elected, that would be the way to do it, right? Why raise $100 million for an advertising campaign? Just end veterans' homelessness in one city. That's all you got to do. You'll be on the cover of every single magazine, right? They will have to run the news story about you, right? Bernie Sanders buys 100 veterans new homes. That would be on every single newspaper, right? Steyer, right, gives solar energy to all of to all the emergency centers on that'd be on the cover of every single fucking news source you can imagine. But they'll raise $100 million and run an campaign telling you about the things that they're going to do. I promise to stand up. You spent $100 million to stand up for veterans' homelessness and didn't buy a single veteran a single fucking home, and you're a billionaire.
Well, see, the deal is you got to, you need to leverage him in there so he can use your money to do that, because he's not going to use his money to do that, even though he's got a shit ton of it. He's just not going to. You notice these guys never spend their money.
No, they don't have to, but that kind of gets me into if you're not going to spend your money, if you don't believe in yourself, then I don't believe it.
It's all part of the scam.
Yeah, that's the old hustler's rule, right? Never use you.
Yeah, I tell you how much you're going to do. I'm going to do for you. So give me money, and then when I get in there with all this money that you gave me, I act like a schmuck.
Yeah, I'm totally not going to do any of this.
And then I vote for the next guy that does it to me.
Well, no, it turns out, look, if we're going to get any stuff passed, right, we got to get the next guy elected. So we're going to need another $100 million. I mean, we have no choice. You got to think of advertising. He's going to need a bus, a plane, security. There's just probably a small mansion when it's all said and done. So we're gonna need to really really get that grassroots support. I'm so tired of some rich asshole telling me about grassroots support. So yeah, while we're on corrupt governments, and a kind of good segue, Netanyahu finally convicted of no war crimes, but corruption.
Yeah.
Well, we got to start somewhere.
Yeah, I thought it was super weird to have Bibi standing there and giving their psychotic plan, underground tunnels that they try and been pushing from the fucking 80s. And Trump being impeached, right? Both giving a speech about their plans for the future on a third country was just really, really weird.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, of course, it was great and historic and a fulfillment of prophecy and all this bullshit they always come up with. It was great. You didn't think it was?
No. I've seen what happens when you give away a third party's land before. Everybody's unhappy. The tunnel gets me. So they want to split Jerusalem into two because you people are psychopaths, and they want to build a tunnel, like a 20-mile long tunnel from one side of Israel to the other, and then the Palestinians can travel into the tunnel like mole people of some sort underneath the city. It's weird, guys. It's weird.
Wow. Well, maybe it'll be a bullet train and it'll be pretty fast. It's not
I have a
walking
sneaking
through a
suspicion
tunnel.
they're just going to have as many of you in there as possible, and they're going to run the bulldozers over it. Are you sure? It doesn't look like there's a hole on the other. No, just pile in. We're gonna. There's a light. Don't worry.
We'll see.
In today's sad news, the Palestinian tunnel collapse, killing 5,000 people. Guarantee you, it was an accident. There's you're gonna build a tunnel underneath an area that. Wait.
Hello?
Is that the wisest thing to do?
Oh, was there some bad geology there?
That's why I don't like the sound of any of that. You want an underground highway that only the Palestinians go back and forth through. That sounds like an accident waiting to happen. I'm putting an accident in quotes here.
Well, they're going to get, aren't they? They had the map there. I mean, it looks like they're going to get some high. They'll provide them with some kind of high-tech industrial park on the Egyptian border down there.
Yeah, and then when you're done building it and you've put all the work and technology and effort into it, they're going to annex it and take it away like they do all the other spots. Wow, you guys are doing really well, annexed.
Well, man, you just have no faith. I mean, you don't trust these Zionists?
I don't.
You can't just go along?
Yeah, can you just come on? Can you just not go along with the plan? Don't you see we'd spent all this time and effort on the pretty maps? They're all color coded.
Well, I can see. The deal is they got to give up their arms and not fight, and then there'll be peace. Well, of course. I mean, if you just give up, then.
Well, it's not. It's the not fight. You just can't. You can not fight while we're taking your shit. Is the deal. Right. There's not fighting would be one thing if you guys anybody else, everybody stays. Keep what they have. You guys can fuck off. We stay here. You stay there. Fair enough. Right. But no. It's a whole. Okay. You can't be violent at all. But we are going to forcibly by gunpoint move all of the people out of this neighborhood. And that seems to be incompatible.
And we will have our security, and you won't. And we will be in control, and you won't. So that's a good deal, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, you don't want to get too far out of line, and we'll start U.S. airstrikes immediately. You trying to get liberated?
Because they're the only democracy, according to them, they're the only democracy in the Middle East. And, which is kind of weird because they forget, Lebanon's right just north of them. an actual democracy that works in the Middle East, but we're not going to talk about that.
No, in fact, I think they're working as hard as possible to undermine it. And I guess Iraq was a dictatorship, which now it's a military dictatorship. So I'm not sure if that's any better. That's, I think, down and not up. You want to go in the other direction.
Well, we never solved anything in Iraq. I mean, we killed a lot of people, and I think we realized that Saddam Hussein probably was the best leader for Iraq. We should have just left him there.
Yeah, he killed way less people.
Yeah, let him handle it, and we can always point the finger, but leave him there.
Well, I mean, he was already an old man. Like most, all of these things, it's kind of like Cuba, and it's one of those you would have seen a very, very similar situation in that you might not like what's going on in Cuba, but you don't have to like what's going on in somebody else's house. And we've got this like weird obsession with anything that's going on in another country that we don't have control over. Well, those are U.S. interests. Like, you need to be interested in your own business. Stop being interested in my shit, and we don't have a problem.
Yeah, it's control freaks. I mean, that's who they are. They're psychopaths and control freaks, narcissists.
Yeah, all of the above. All of the above. So he was indicted. So he hasn't been. I think that's officially charged, but the same as our criminal investigations have to go through. He still has to be tried and all of that. The guy that's taking over for him is still a pretty hardcore Zionist. He's just not Bibi. It's a different kind of Zionist, maybe a little bit more center. But not much.
That would be a kinder, gentler machine gun hand.
He's still not a great guy. Still a hardcore war criminal, but not quite as bloodthirsty as Bibi. So I mean, in the ranking of bloodthirsty genocidal maniacs, he's better than Bibi, but not much. It is good to see. To see people being held accountable. How it'll turn out, I don't know, because he does have quite a bit of power in the country. Power that you shouldn't have in a democracy. Do we wanna kind of shift gears here? This is the last day. Is it? I think we're coming up pretty close. Is it already passed in
Brexit?
In Brexit, like we were officially out of the EU.
I think
what they
so.
claim. I think what's his face?
Boris
Farage
Johnson
gave his big speech out of the EU today, waving the Union Jack on the way out. Letting them have it.
All right. Well, we'll see how it plays out, guys.
But they're saying it's not over yet because you got in, but leaving is when you really find out that you joined a blood gang.
I think that
and really don't let you to go.
And the fact, like, there is a problem that the UK has, and that's the fact that they have to exist in a global world, right? They have to through trade alone, right? If they want to eat oranges, they're gonna have to trade with the rest of the world, and specifically with the EU because it's right there. So they're gonna have to figure some stuff out. And geez, with the coronavirus coming up here, now is not a time to have shortages on medication, which is one of the things that they're really looking at right now. It's going to be, they're going to have to get it together quick.
Yeah.
Well, but here's the retarded shit. I see these stories like oh man, China's buying up all these N95 masks. Well, that ain't going to do shit against a level 4 pathogen.
No, and you're getting.
I mean, that's just stupid.
Your exposure rate and how you're being exposed is not. This would be more for things the decongestions for the pneumonia part of it. The medications you need for that, for like saline and bags and all of that stuff that they run short of in an emergency.
Well, they can't even get all the tests done. They got all these tests coming in. They're just and these places are swamped. They can't even get them all done.
It's a 14-day incubation period, and Chinese government didn't tell the rest of the world. We've been screaming about it at the top of our lungs, but nobody fucking listened. That this virus was there, the unknown virus that we were talking about. Now we know what it was, but we were talking about that almost a month ago. And their version of the CDC, the Chinese version of CDC, stepped down because he said, well, they told me not to say anything about it, so I didn't say anything about it. And in that time, how many flights went out of Wuhan? How many flights after that, with people that had contact in it? They don't go through and Lysol the planes. At this point, the whole "we're testing you" is ridiculous. Like going through the planes and taking everybody's temperature, it can find somebody that's got an elevated temperature, but since you can carry the pathogen without showing any outward signs for 14 days, that doesn't matter. You could be carrying it right now and be sick as fuck tomorrow, and using the temperature thing on your head does not matter.
Yeah, it's a photo op, that's for sure.
Oh, it's definitely out there to make the population seem like we've got it under control. But I think we said this last week. Anonymous Bites Back has responded to every large natural event, natural disaster that's happened since Hurricane Harvey, right? We started doing this this part of it during Hurricane Harvey. And I have never, not in Harvey, not in Maria, right? Not on earthquakes, not on wildfires, not in landslides, not on floods, right? Not in chemical spills. I have never, not once, seen the U.S. government, right, respond and it be a win. Right, from Katrina, you know what I mean? I have never seen government respond to an emergency and you say, yep, they got it under control. Not once. It is always a clusterfuck. And the fact that they, in that month time, right, said, oh, well, the Chinese say they have it under control, and I believe them, we didn't do anything. They're down building their second emergency hospital, and we have done absolutely nothing. And to say, oh, well, they've got it under control, Puerto Rico is right now, and it's not under control. And you're telling me you're going to be able to handle a global pandemic and anything else that happens? Like, we realize that when that hits us, nothing else can happen. Right? No earthquakes, no weird storms, no all of the wildfires, no blizzards. Right? Nothing can happen because we're not ready at all.
No, you know what? After watching this government for all these years, I mean, what I've realized is just stay out of their way because they don't know what they're doing. Get as far away from them as you can, stay out of their way. Don't even get on their radar, and you'll be a lot better off.
Yeah. I mean, it was in like, you can see, it's not like when you look at the people that are going to be in charge of this, if there's large amounts of sick people and all of that, right? The FEMA camps and all of that. And if you want to see what a FEMA camp looks like, look at Katrina, look at the immigration camps. Whether you're pro-immigration or not pro-immigration, that's a fucking nightmare, right? You guys are not organized. Look at the prison, system. Look at the prisons for profit system, right? That is who is going to handle your FEMA camps, and they're going to handle it just. Sorry, I lost.
Yeah, I must have lost you for a second.
Yeah, no, and they're going to handle it. They're going to handle it just as well. Like, not at all. I mean, like, look at Puerto Rico right now, and they're telling you there's nothing that they can do. Fuck, it's been, 5 years now, and they still haven't fixed Flint's water.
That's true.
Yeah, that's the ongoing, what do you call those? It's like a mass scientific experiment, It's going to be like a 20-page white paper on Flint about 50 years from now, like what was really going on at the time, which we know. I mean, they're getting fucked. There's something else going on here.
And I wouldn't be surprised that they do to test how much lead can they put in the water to lower your IQ enough to make you more placid, right? They definitely don't want you thinking. That's, when you look at the horrible things that this government has done for, scientific research, and I mean horrible. You don't have to go into conspiracy land to list out all the nightmares that they've done for, scientific research. It would not surprise me. That's the trick, because you can go through and, I mean, every 10 years look at the things that they were doing, selling crack in the hood, HIV, picking up homeless people and torturing them with chemicals and all of that. That's all stuff they've been proven to do, not conspiracies. The trick is they've convinced you that they stopped doing it. But every 10 years that you see, once it's declassified, what they were doing the last 10 years, and and the next time when you say, okay, well, you're not doing that anymore. Oh, no, never that now. Bullshit. Yeah, same games.
So
So,
remember all those public officials that got, well, the first they got charged, and then like a week later, everything got dropped. I mean, was that it? Did they just drop everything right there? That was like the
oh yeah,
big
yeah, you
sneak,
can't, and it's like the perfect get out of jail free, because we post on every politician. If they open their mouth about giving a shit about the people, we respond with, well, then why don't you do something about Flint? And it's always somebody else's fault. It's always somebody else's problem. Oh, well, the Democrats need to get in it. Yep, they are, and they need to be charged, right? Some of them probably need to be put into prison for murder. I don't know what state you in. A couple of them probably need the chair. I don't know what the proper punishment is for poisoning thousands and thousands of innocent people for profit. I don't know. But it's always kick the can down the street. Oh, well, this is the Democrats. It's not Trump's problem. It's not their problem. It's not this person's problem. It's nobody's problem, but nothing gets done.
well, since it's a public health issue and people are dying and getting sick, they probably should be hanged. That's the solution.
Yeah, and we don't do, we don't, I don't want to go down violence begets violence, but public flogging, I think would be more than acceptable. What is it? The cascades, the stockades. I think the stockades would be another great punishment. Where you really get to face the people that you poisoned, um, and they'll throw nastiness and rotten fruit at you.
But what we are is corrupt, so we don't do that. See, we don't go after criminals. We don't worry about government corruption. We just let it all go because we're better than that. You know, that's
Yes, yeah,
disgusting, man.
I think that the stockades, public flogging, I think really those are both acceptable punishments for poisoning thousands of your own people.
Yeah,
I'm not
man. It's
telling,
just
don't need to, I'm not asking for you to be drawn and quartered. I'm not asking you to be, you know what I mean, to even be hung at that point, right? I'm not asking. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying you have to face your people, and the stockades were a great way to do that, and maybe put some limits on them. So really, this is for public officials that fuck up, just so make sure it's not used against the people. And I know the flogging thing, what you might give me some flack for. I can name you off several prison systems that put forth legislation, and several senators that put forth legislation to have time taken off of criminals' sentences for flogging, right, for corporal punishment. And that if you got caught with weed, which is legal in a lot of those states now, they wanted to tie you to a pole and beat the fuck out of you. And they were going, they were looking to pass those laws. But yet, if I say, okay, well, if you're poison your own people, like Democrats in Flint, flogging sounds just fine for me. If it was good enough for somebody that didn't even do anything illegal, it's definitely good enough for you.
yeah. We need to cane them. We need some more. We need some more ways to convince them. Obviously,
Yeah, and you would think
yeah.
that, seeing that kind of, when you see that kind of corruption, seeing they always have that aura of authority and greatness, seeing them snotting and bawling on their knees to not get another lash takes that away from them. Because they like to tell you that they're important, that they're the elite, that they're the chosen, that they're all of these, frivolous words, right? But seeing that they really are just a man, right? That does change the reality that a lot of people live in, because they've pretty much built it into your brain that they're better than you. Prince Andrew can walk around, can travel the world raping any child that he wants, and nobody will even touch him.
How did we get to
Yeah,
this topic?
We were going through the elites not being first Flint,
Oh yeah.
the elite not seeking, not ever seeing justice, which immediately brings you to Prince Andrew.
Hey
With
guys,
how
hear me okay?
Yeah, yeah.
can
Yep.
can get away with just about anything. But no, it's definitely a good segue. We got a couple other topics to go through, a lot of other topics to go through.
You cover Wuhan virus already?
We're gonna we touched on it because it's impossible not to talk about, but we're gonna
Yeah.
towards the end do, a good 30, 45 minutes of real, raw information out to people.
Okay, yeah, I just jumped in, so I didn't hear anything. I was still sleeping. uh, I'm going to make a post now and stuff, so just carry on.
Can we get a Netherlands report?
Oh
There's
yeah,
gotta be bad things going on there.
yeah. No, we don't have the virus yet. I know it's in Germany and stuff already, so
Fires
that's
in Germany.
close.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think the death toll within the last couple of hours, the official death toll broke 200.
Wow.
Which we'll be looking at 400 tomorrow. That's just how that's how the viruses work.
Yeah, one weird thing, Terrence, and that is it seems that the only deaths are actually in China and not outside of China yet, if I'm correct. At least at the 170, before I went to sleep, were still no deaths outside of China. It's all like inside the country.
Well, and I mean, we saw something similar with Ebola, where we had very few deaths of Ebola outside of Africa.
Yeah, I don't know why it is. Like they're talking about it being like a specific climate or whatever, why it spreads faster in China. Yeah, it's, they don't have answers to it, but they do think it's like a special situation there. Like in Wuhan, it seems more aggressive and all these things. Like yeah, if anyone can give reasons why that is, I would be very interested.
Well, part of the problem I see with like, let's say these hospitals are just packed with people. If you did have some kind of contagion going on, that's almost worse. Now you're packing everybody together, in even just to triage them. I mean, it's incredible what's going on in a ways. Uh, I'm not sure they really know how to handle it, honestly.
Uh, I know it's in India. It was discovered, and they literally like put the same day they put like over 800 people under investigation. Like
Yeah.
they really moved fast. Like it was really shocking how fast these guys moved. Like they are responding a lot faster, I have to say, than the Chinese government did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there was ran across something like they first ran across this like in December sometime. So this thing's been like staging for a while here, like in the background.
Oh, the
Didn't even know
virus?
it. Yeah, they'd gotten a hint of it, as early as like mid-December, I want to say.
Yeah, but you know what I heard is that it's only killing 2 to 3% of the patients, though, out of all of the people. So, is it that big of a deal, or I don't know. I mean, everybody makes a big deal because it's a virus and everybody's getting sick, but if there's not,
I've heard of a nurse dying from it.
yeah, but only 2 or 3% are dying. Uh, I don't know. Maybe. But what I heard from the CDC is that those numbers are just what do you call it? Preliminary numbers for if it's a pandemic. They don't know if it's that deadly because I don't. They said something like it
Well,
hasn't affected.
there seems to be a disconnect too between what you see in some of these hospitals and the numbers, and then
Yeah,
what you're being shown on the internet.
yeah,
It's just like, wait a minute, I just saw it was just like one hospital that was just packed. There had to be 1,000 fucking people there.
yeah. But I'm not hearing any deaths though. I mean, I'm seeing somebody. With any illness, it's usually children and old people that die. You know. Uh, I don't know.
I have one thing to say about that. We're talking about like over 8,000 infections, right? And
Yeah.
we're talking about 200 deaths.
200 deaths. Yeah, that's not a
Yeah.
whole lot, you know.
No, I know, but these 800 people are still infected, and we don't know if they're dying or if they're surviving. Like, that's what I'm not saying. Like, there's already 200 people dead out of these 8,000, and I think there's like 160 or something cured. So if they're going to say like, yeah, only 2% is dying, they also have to say, yeah, only 1.5% gets cured.
That's true.
So that is, yeah, it's true that there aren't any more deaths from it, and 2% wouldn't be really high, but uh, SARS was a lot higher, and that others MERS was a lot higher too, I think.
Oh, it's just SARS was killing people for sure.
Well, I think this one has surpassed both those already.
Yeah. The Spanish flu killed like 50 million people. That's like the one that they're trying to compare it to, but it's
Yeah.
that killed, it infected 500 million, estimated, and killed 10%. 10% of the people it infected. So 50 million people died. Yeah. Which is quite a bit.
But there's a consequence too. Is like storable foods are being bought up, prices are going up big time. You know, there's a big purge, a big push. You know, into those things.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 2% for Wuhan. I think the Spanish flu was also at a fatality rate of 2.5% back then. That killed like 50 million or something. Yeah, yeah. So, but then there's two things. Like today, the healthcare is better, so that helps. The hygiene is better. But back then, there were less people around. The population is now a lot higher, especially like in places like Europe.
And more of them are in cities too, versus in that era, you still had more people out in the country, rural,
Oh yeah,
and now they're all packed into cities.
definitely. I do worry about Los Angeles and such places. Those are really crowded places in the USA. You have to really watch out there. That's like, you don't know what will happen there. Then again, if you are healthy, you shouldn't have too many problems with this. We're saying that at least that's what our healthcare says. If you're just a healthy person, then it won't give much problems. It will be like a heavy flu, or whatever.
Yeah.
How many people are healthy though globally?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Everybody's on some type of medication. It seems like they try to keep us all on medication.
Yeah, no, that's all fair to say, and we're dealing with this too. And I know the USA is dealing with that too. Like, we're all eating like fast food and stuff, right? All day, like we're always working or doing other things, and people are not really taking much care of their health. They're like as they're being entertained, so that's what they're happy. If we are entertained, it's good for us. But such a virus can really mess things up.
As long as you're happy, but your life's a little shorter. I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of that same way. I do some things I shouldn't, but it's like if it's things you like and you don't want to give them up. Well,
Oh, of course.
Yeah. I smoke cigarettes like a freight train. I don't ride as much as I should. I do ride though now, places. I get some walking in, but I sure don't get to exercise. Somebody my age probably should, But,
well, riding your motorcycle doesn't qualify.
no, I mean actually cycling. But thanks. So, did y'all see that little article? Biden's now getting charges. It says that they're reopening the probe down in Ukraine.
Yeah, they'll threaten them.
They'll
They're
threaten
always
you,
investigating, man. See, they never get to the indictment or the sentencing or the trial phase, but it's just they're always looking into stuff.
It's just such a public. I mean, I've watched a little bit, here and there. Today, I popped on like C-SPAN once or twice, watched for a little while. It's just such regurgitated bull dung, man. I know you already covered that, but God, it was horrible, man. It's like beating a dead horse. You're like, both people are just beating the dead horse with whips. It's like, can't y'all get some work done? I mean, I know you've already been paid off, but can't y'all get a little bit of work done?
Well, it's good in a way because it makes me realize that I really do have more important things to do than to watch this shit,
Well,
And I
yes.
go do something else,
It also shows you, that what a waste of money, aside from the general waste of money people think it is to have such a big government. I mean, it just proves that, wow, we're stupid people. And Obama did quote it right, the American people will believe anything. Sad.
Well, we're too compliant. That's why we put up with all this.
Politics. I replied below Joe Biden's post on Twitter. I said, all your politicians make me sick.
All your politicians are pedophiles.
That's
It's
it.
true.
Yeah.
It's true.
That's all I could say about it, man. It's like always the same with all these people.
It's just, it's to the point in any country. You look at the politicians, you just want to, shake your head. Like, what? Why? It's all about money, and they don't even have nothing really to show for it. It's just a figure in their bank account, or a debt they got to pay, You can't take none of this shit with you when you leave, man. It's not worth having a bunch of stuff. I mean, it's nice, but I don't know, man. I just don't get it.
Yeah.
That was a good show earlier today. I caught the tail end of it, and that was a good virus talk this morning.
Oh, but the virus talks.
Asia.
Yeah, to be honest, like I was like AFK and after like the half of the show, they were just like talking and talking.
Yeah.
No, but
They
had some good stuff, man. I enjoyed it.
like I had family coming over, so I just muted myself and they just kept on talking and kept on going until they ran out of subjects and got all these messages. I have to like come back and close it down now. Yeah, I don't know. They know so much more. Like I don't know anything about like the situation in Asia on the streets and stuff, and like, we just don't know it, and they know everything. So
I would yeah. I mean, to me, it's just great to listen to because I'd like to learn about what's going on in other places. It's very important.
yeah.
So, I drink Dos Equis, so I should be cool for the coronavirus, right? I don't drink it. I'm a Dos Equis, or Shiner,
Beer won't help you from getting coronavirus.
If I don't drink Corona, I should be okay, right?
You can also inject bleach into your veins, but that'll kill the virus, but it will kill you too. That's what I'm saying is like I think it's a little bit of hype that's going on because like I was telling like Mark, like only 2 to 3% of people are dying with the Spanish flu. There was 10%. So it's pretty low, dude.
Yeah. I've been seeing the memes all over and they crack me up,
Well, I mean, I understand that it's that, hospitals are getting overwritten, but I think that I do have some experience working in, the healthcare field. It's just, I think it's a lot of hype going on. They made the same thing over swine flu. Swine flu killed about, 100 people? And that didn't...
Well, out of a billion, couldn't this just be normal people dying from flu anyway? I mean,
yeah, people die from the flu every fucking day. But the thing is that certain strains seem to kill more. Like we had the Spanish flu in 1922 that killed 50 million people. 500 million were infected. There was, I don't know, SARS. SARS killed about a couple thousand, but a lot of people were infected. That still wasn't even that high relatively to how many people were infected. I don't know. I really don't know. I think it's a lot of overreaction, to be honest with you. You know.
So when can you tell when you have something under control and when it's truly getting out of
Oh,
control?
see, the
When do
thing
you
is,
know
it's
that?
a pandemic. It's always going to be a pandemic with viruses, mainly because, especially with airborne viruses, because they tend to travel further. But you know, when you have something like this, it's going to be a pandemic. But how deadly is the pandemic? That's like saying that everybody in the world has chicken pox. Who the fuck cares? Everybody's going to get chicken pox at some point. Everybody's going to get the zoster. It's the zoster virus. I forget which one it is. But yeah, I think it's a lot of hype. I mean, you know, it's they're trying to develop a vaccine for a flu virus that kills out of 100 people, it kills two. You know what I'm saying? The numbers.
Yeah.
I understand a loss of life is a loss of life, but typically in the healthcare field, there's only three kinds of people that usually die from common flus. It's young children, old people, and people with compromised immune systems. Those are people with HIV or people who are on chemotherapy. They've destroyed their immune system, or they're on some sort of immunosuppressants for certain diseases. There are certain medications they do for not leukemia. It's the one where they get the butterfly shit on their face. God, I can't even think of it. It's an autoimmune disease, but they have a medication that suppresses the immune system, so the immune system doesn't fucking kill itself. But anyway, like those are the only three people that really fucking die from these things. Now, can somebody who doesn't fit in that category die? Of course, because everybody's not the same. But I'm just saying it's a general term. But if we're talking 2 to 3% of thousands that are infected, that's not that much. I mean, the Black Plague killed 50. No, it was more than that. It was like 80% of people who got the Black Plague died. And that killed millions of people, half of Europe.
Hmm.
You
Yeah.
know, we're not talking about stuff like that. We're talking about a flu-like airborne pathogen that has an incubation period. I think it was like 96 hours, something. It relatively mimics the flu, right? So
Well, it is kind of a flu, right?
yeah,
It's
yeah,
just
yeah,
like a
yeah.
heavy.
Yeah, and this is killing 2 to 3% of the people that are infecting. It's not as deadly as the Spanish flu, which killed 10%. So 50 million people died. We're talking only a couple hundred people have died.
I think over 400,000 people or something died last year from the normal flu
Yep.
worldwide.
People die from the flu
So,
every day. It's the most like people don't are like, what the fuck did they people why do people die from the flu? Like I said, well, there's if you're not healthy and you get sick, you die. That's what happens. I mean,
yeah.
if you had COPD and then you had a respiratory infection and you couldn't breathe, then you got pneumonia while pneumonia and the flu while you're on it. Then you can't breathe and you have COPD. Then you die. That's what happens. As people die from but people die from the common flu all the time.
Man, you're just boosting my my positive feeling. I
I
got
know.
all kind of breathing
I'm
problems.
sorry. I just have a different view on this because I've worked in the medical field for so long.
No,
It's
I'm with
just
you.
like
Total agreement. I understand what you're saying. It's just I'm sitting here smoking a cigarette with my inhaler in the other hand.
well, if you know, I would say the only thing I would recommend if you're smoking cigarettes, get on an electronic cigarette so that way you don't get COPD. You
Oh
know?
well, I think I already have that. That's part of the inhalers. That's
No,
why I
no, no,
didn't
no,
make
no.
it.
You can tell if you have COPD by we can tell by testing O2 levels in your blood, and we can do breathing tests. But if you're not getting short of breath, you don't have COPD yet. So
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the only thing that I would be concerned about is the reaction, because yeah, we do have all sorts of other pathogens around the common flu. Plenty of people die from that, but they get the flu in China too. They normally don't build emergency hospitals, let alone two of them. Like
I think,
something.
well, you got to understand something about Asian culture too. Asian culture, especially Chinese in that area, they are superstitious about getting sick. Very superstitious. In that part of it's China, Japan, South Korea, Thailand, Vietnam. They're very superstitious about getting sick, and I think honestly they're overreacting quite a bit, because there's been other things that have happened in China where they didn't react this way, and we're only talking a couple hundred people have died, and then the reality of this, the flu only lasts maybe like what 4 maybe 5 days, and they're trying to build a pop-up hospital for something that's going to kill maybe like 1,000 people altogether, maybe two.
Yeah, I mean, I can't.
How many
We're more.
people? How many people are in China? 2 billion or something like that? A billion?
Yeah, they have all those ghost cities also that are just full cities, but nobody lives there. Have y'all ever seen those on YouTube?
Well, yeah,
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 there are.
yeah. A lot of communist countries have done the same thing. Russia did the same thing right up until the fall. Bulgaria did the same thing. China does. It happens. It tends to happen in communist countries, and they do it for all sorts of various reasons. But the main one is to communist propaganda that everything is good and okay when it really isn't. But the Russians were notorious for it as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a shame to see those nice places sitting there, though. Just rotting
Oh yeah.
away.
Prime real estate. Yeah, there's a really nice
Mm.
monument. If you're into communism, I mean, but I'm not. There's in I think in Bulgaria, in fucking epic fucking monument, right? Up in the fucking mountains where nobody can fucking see it. They took them 7 or 8 years to build this thing because it's in the middle of fucks nowhere in the mountains. And as soon as '89 happened and the fall of communism in the East, uh, now it looks like it's all now it doesn't even have a roof anymore. It just fucking like and people spray painted tore it down. It looks like a fucking piece of shit. But that's what happens. So
Hmm.
Uh,
Yeah, I'd have to say with any of these, we are due for a pandemic. How
oh yeah,
we
it's
deal
it
with it is, so planning is whether it's this emergency or the next hurricane. The planning part of it is still the same, and I see that lacking, especially in America at the moment. We've got like zero way to respond to anything, and when we do, we send a whole bunch of water bottles that we don't have anybody to hand out, and they just sit in a warehouse. It
yeah.
doesn't end up helping
Well,
anybody.
honestly, just putting it out there. I mean, like I've kind of like we've done some research on how the CDC kind of runs thing, and they want to do containment when pandemics happens, but honestly every couple 100 million years something like that will happen, and we will not be prepared. It'll probably be something airborne, something quick killing, and something that'll have almost incubation period of like 8 hours and will kill people. But there's nothing you can do to prepare. And even if you had all the medications and the antivirals and IVW, D5W bags, it's still not going to help you. If you're gonna die, you're gonna die. There's not a whole lot you can do when something like that happens. You can be prepared. You can get your medicines, you can get your water, you can get your food, but in all honesty, if something like that's happening, the best thing to do is just isolate yourself from everybody until shit fuking passes.
China is actually
Yeah, but
using
I
it
mean,
kind of to
Yeah,
promote themselves.
yeah.
Because you saw all these videos of them building that new hospital, right, in 6 days or whatever. They actually, Yeah, they want to show that they are capable to beat this.
I know,
And,
but the thing is, like, it's so stupid. Like the hospital, this infection will kill itself out. I guarantee you in about 2 months, 2 or 3 months. The incubation period is so quick, and nobody's dying of it.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah. Then I mean, it's gonna be interesting to see. I personally worry about it. Yeah, I definitely worry about it.
remember the swine flu? Remember that swine flu that they made that they were everybody was saying that was dangerous and shit. I got it. I was like one of the first.
I don't want to confuse luck.
Yeah. No, I got it, and I'll tell you what. That was like probably the worst flu I ever had. I was hallucinating. I had 102 temperature. It was hallucinating in my room.
But even then,
I put myself in an ice bath, right? Got a whole bunch of ice. Put myself in there, and like I waited it out about 3 days, and I was better. I mean, I mean, honestly, I mean, it was probably a little dangerous if I didn't know what I was doing, but I did. So, I mean, it was, I mean, it wasn't any more deadly than some of the other strains of flus that are out there that I can remember, but it was.
well, I mean, when I say that, that planning and preparation is important, it doesn't have to be. I'm not just talking about the small scale. So, I mean, when you go to the something like the CDC, and you look at what you spent on, well, you spent $1 trillion in guns, body armor, and a holding facility. Why didn't you spend that $1 trillion in developing a antiviral so nobody gets sick in the first place?
I think I talked about that. Not in this room. I think a chat room. And there's a problem with that. So most of the development for deadly diseases goes into the research community. You can see you can actually buy samples of the original virus, and what they do is they in the labs they will try to make mutated forms of the virus and make medicines to kill the mutated form. But that's not the problem. The problem is that a lot of them are done by independent labs on the hush hush, or they'll do they'll write some research paper on it, and then they will develop a vaccine which never goes into full development, which means in the United States it will never go through the whole 7 to 10 years of testing, which they can accelerate if there's like the Ebola. There are exceptions they'll do if they know that they got to push something through in order to save lives. That's very rare that the Ebola vaccine even came out in 4 weeks, 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So
we're looking at time frame. They're saying 3 months from the time when they start, developing an antiviral, or a vaccine to when they make it. But then there's been research that's been done that just makes your immune system strong enough that you don't get sick. And I think they're working on $10 million in research grant funds. 10 million.
Yeah, and
That's a good point.
that's
Super
like
Cup.
yeah, that's like tiddlywinks then in the pharmaceutical world. That's like nothing money.
I think that's a good point what Darren says, because if the death rate is really this low, like 2% to 4%, then it would make sense that you would actually focus on reducing that death rate to like below 1%.
I guess, yeah. I guess what I'm saying, I'm conveying the wrong message, is that 2 to 3% is a low number, and that their lives are meaningless. But I'm saying that a lot of this population you couldn't save even if you had the vaccines.
That people that get sick that are old or young or sick with something else have a good chance of dying of it.
Oh yeah, children, because their immune systems are compromised. They don't have the immunities even up against.
Now it's
yeah.
not this, it's not the Nouvelle corona, which is this virus, the Wuhan corona, but I think there's a video out there of a woman that had a coronavirus in Michigan in 2017, 2018, and she describes, she says she has, she had 2 kids, she's had pneumonia, she's had a heart attack, and this was the sickest that she has ever been.
But she lived, right?
Yeah, she did. She did.
Exactly.
But she looked like this. In this interview, which was done like yesterday or today, she looked like maybe she's in her mid 40s, and the way that was 20 years ago now. Oh no, 2018, not 2008. So yeah, it wasn't that long ago. But she still looked pretty young and strong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, if you're fairly healthy, a lot of this stuff will not kill you.
I know you dealt with worse, Tyler. Like coming from like the
Yeah.
from the healthcare industry,
Yeah.
our sector, you dealt with worse. That's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, there's MRSA,
That-
MRSV, Ebola. There's
Gonna
yellow
survive.
fever. There's all sorts of stuff.
There's one big risk I read, and that is that this type of virus can easily mutate. So in that sense, you would say like maybe hope that everyone gets it now, so we're all getting
viruses
immune to it.
mutate all the time from when they go from one person's bloodstream to another person. They mutate all the time. It's just
And this one is on the scale of mutations. This one, for some reason, it has like all of the bad parts. So it's not like they all mutate, but this one has an extremely fast rate and is easily mutated. So it'll take genes from anything that it comes across. It makes it different than some of the other viruses that we normally deal with. It's gonna be interesting to see how it plays out. The government. Are just running around in a circle. I think.
Well, like I've said this for years, and I know a few physicians that agree with me, and I've said this quite a few times working in the field, is that when people ask me if they should get the flu virus or the flu vaccine for the year, I always tell them no, because 10% of people actually get sick from it, and what the pharmaceutical companies do is they kind of guesstimate what viruses are going to be out there, and they'll develop a pseudo vaccine to combat whatever it is. Now, does that make your immune system stronger? Absolutely not. The actual numbers is that it might actually stop 20 to 10% of the kinds of viruses you'll be out there. It's hard to guess what is out there, so. The risk outweighs the benefit, and not only that, there's no guarantee that you will not get sick, and the fact that you could get sick just from getting the shot doesn't really help. So when people say like, should I get the flu vaccine? I'm like, no, you shouldn't get the flu vaccine. Actually, your system would actually be much stronger if it fought it naturally, and you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and we're getting some new numbers in. So the death rate has jumped from 200 to 212 from the last update, I think 6 or 7 hours ago.
That's not that much, really.
We were at 7,000 confirmed cases, and that's jumped to 9,812.
Hold on, let me do the numbers here. Hold on, calculator. What'd you say? 9,000, right? 9,000 people divided by.
We've got a conversion up.
It's only killing 4.2% of the people is infected.
Yeah, but we do have to make sure that Tyler, yeah, that the amount of cured people actually starts rising soon. In a week or two. In a week or two, we have to be at 90% plus cured people, or we're actually going to be fucked.
Thanks, Soros.
Fine, just walk it off. Just walk it off, dude.
2%.
Walk it off. Be okay.
That would be twice the death rate worldwide of the Spanish flu. At 4%.
I remember, polio used to kill everybody. That was killing up until they had the vaccine. It was 100% of the people were dying from it.
That was really bad polio.
Yeah. And
especially children and stuff.
How many people died from polio? Hold on, let me see.
It wasn't long ago that they just announced that they think they have all of Africa vaccinated. I think they actually completed it down there, the vaccination.
Yeah, on that note, I do know Russia is now, I'm not sure if you guys mentioned it already, but Russia closed the borders with China. 16 out of 21 border checkpoints are now closed with China. So the Russians, in some way, are very worried about this.
Yeah, that should send us some kind of signal to the United States to make sure and make it a real big cluster.
I think it has to do
that's what they'll do best.
A mutation risk. I think it has to do with that too. I mean, we don't know how this virus is going to develop when it spreads further and stuff. So we only know. Go ahead.
In the predictions, and we have an algorithm that we ran this through that, just the infection rates and all of that. We had on the 30th today, there would be 11,000 confirmed and about 229 deaths. And right now there's 9,000 confirmed and 212 deaths. So, I mean, the numbers are pretty much matching what we expected by the official numbers that they gave us. So, I mean, that means that by the 21st of next month, we'll have 1.1 million deaths if that continued this way. But as you were saying before, we haven't had any deaths in the West at all. And there has to be some reason for that. Some of it may just be that the numbers that they're giving us are so bogus, they're just making them up.
Well, here we go. Smallpox. Smallpox kills about 30% of the people it infects. So it's like, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely, look, it's nothing to panic about. Very little things are worth panicking about, but it is something to keep in mind. And like we've said in here a couple of times, even now, like being prepared for an emergency, the emergency doesn't matter, right? Whether it's an earthquake, whether it's a landslide, whether it's a hurricane, having a go bag, having some water and non-perishable food and a little med kit and your important papers in a backpack. It's fine to be prepared for an emergency, to be able to be self-sufficient for a couple days, because eventually something is going to happen.
Yeah, that's for sure.
We're not telling you need to go out and make a bunker and go full on prepper and all of that, but have a box. If you don't have a backpack, have a box that's got a couple of things of water in it and some emergency supplies, just in case. And if it all blows over, it all blows over, and you're prepared. If it doesn't, then you can sit there and drink your Desanti water and move on. Don't buy Desanti water. But you hear what I'm saying? Just be prepared, because these things happen all the time. And thinking that, oh, well, the government's going to take care of me is just not rational.
No. Okay, all the Asian guys, the Asian people from earlier today, at our Asia show, they were very worried about this, but it also has to do with China not being honest about things, right? That's also a big thing. But like I was saying, like this is like, how does your government treat these situations? Like you can either create like a big panic or whatever, and like make sure everyone knows that they can get the virus, and they have to be like very scared and stuff. Or you just like downplay it a bit so you don't cause the mass exodus to all these stores, right? Like if it's actually spreading and everyone goes to stores at once to like collect all these, like hamster all these different foods and stuff, and to stay at home, then it actually will start spreading faster. Like it has to do with strategy, I think. I'm not sure how you guys think about this.
Prepared. So, I mean, did your government buy, 1 million face masks, or did they buy 1 million machine guns? The U.S. government bought 1 million machine guns. They didn't buy 1 million face masks, and that's
they bought multiple million rounds of ammunition. So,
yeah,
but
they also wanted to like nuke tsunami, right, in the past.
Yeah, the people I always go back to Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico is fucked now. It's being fucked as we speak, this very moment. And yet they act like, oh, well, the next emergency we're totally used. You guys aren't ready for this one.
Yeah.
But we promise. We're ready for that one. We're ready for that one. I don't believe you. And for that very reason, you bought 100. I think it was 100 million rounds of 5.56, and I'll have to look up what's that last thing that came out. 100 million rounds of 5.56. But then they'll be, well, we're completely out of face masks. You bought 100 million rounds of bullets. You bought 100 million bullets before you bought face masks. Yeah. So no, I definitely do not trust them at all. At all. If
the
if they,
CDC is preparing for the next pandemic. What did they buy? Oh, caskets.
Oh God.
And it's not like they could say, "Hey, we got a good deal out of it." Like, well, we bought, $1 billion worth of caskets, and you couldn't have spent that money on research.
No, remember? Actually, they did. Remember? They bought those. They bought those industrial plastic ones. Remember when everybody?
I wanted to mention that. I wanted to say it. Yeah.
Yeah.
FEMA camp things.
Yeah,
That's a whole
FEMA.
scandal.
Yeah, they bought like millions of dollars worth of these fucking. They bought them so they could stack like 3 bodies inside of them.
Yeah, see, that shows me how like the people not to trust for planning an emergency. All right, what did you guys buy? Caskets. Whoa. That's literally what we're trying to stop from happening. I'm not saying that you might not need emergency caskets, but that should definitely not be your opener.
But it works good for a punchline.
Nothing says you're fucked like people trusting to save your life buying nothing but caskets and bullets.
Yeah.
Like, it seems like you may have a plan. I'm not down.
This is a theme party, right?
Yeah.
Theme party it's just ridiculous, man. But that's exactly what they're doing. They're showing us the receipts for it.
And that's supposed to make us feel better. Like, everybody stay calm. We bought everyone their own casket. You'll be fine.
No. I think the caskets hold the bodies, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you don't even get your own. You got to share it with 4 other people.
Awesome.
That's if I recall the reading I did.
I'm not dead yet. Get in the casket. Okay.
They said 4% of the people are going to die. You're within that 4%. Get in the car.
Get in the casket.
Get in the cat. Same thing.
I mean, hey, if you're not dead by the time we put the lid on it and throw dirt, hey, well, you'll die eventually. It's okay.
Well, no, you can always try to run, and then we can just shoot you and put you in the casket.
Saves a little money if we don't have to use the bullets.
Oh, thanks, Dad.
Your casket one way or another.
Yeah.
Get in your fucking casket.
But it's just the blood. Let's just use the caskets as boats. Get in the fucking casket, man.
He said boats.
We can float out of here, guys. I got an idea. Better than the casket idea. No. Give me the casket. We'll use that as a boat, and give me that gun. I'll use that as an oar. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Oh, you remember the FEMA spent all their money on those barges, and then they turned out to be just floating jails.
Yeah, that is interesting because that's pretty much what they did.
Still no fix for the homeless problem, huh?
No. Hey, wait, we hold somebody, then we gotta feed them and clothe them, well, somewhat, and give them some water every now and then with high levels of fluoride to shower in, and hey, they will be zombies in no time.
That's what they would hope. But you'd think if you could build a giant barge that's a floating, you could build a barge for homeless veterans, right?
Well, see, that kind of would be like helpful to people that need help, and we're not into that because not a lot of money in that. They don't have any money, so yeah, no, it's okay. We're gonna just lock people up, feed them, some a little bit.
All right, we do have. Okay, yeah. So this is pretty new as well. I think Alamo posted 9,776 deaths, 213. Sorry, 9,776 total confirmed, 213 total deaths, 187 recovered. So out of the 9,776, 187 of them have been confirmed recovered.
Yeah. See, that's the important thing, I think. Like that, if that number doesn't rise fast, then we're in a big trouble.
Yeah, or if that the left number starts moving much faster than the right, and it's gonna be like the thing is, there's so much misinformation, and there's misinformation from people that are like Q that are out there telling their followers to drink Clorox bleach, which does Clorox, if you pour it on any a virus, will kill the virus. It will also, if you drink Clorox, will kill you. So don't do that ever. Do never ever drink Clorox bleach ever. Don't ever drink it. But that's what they
it's
are.
It's in the tap water, isn't it? I'm sorry, I just couldn't pass that. It's in the tap water. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't drink tap water, but other people do.
Yeah. And I would again, do not drink if Clorox bleach is in your tap water. Do not drink that tap water. Chances are, whatever in there is not good for you either. But what and how they're getting this is on the back of the Clorox wipes container. It says that it kills coronavirus, which coronaviruses is a family of viruses. So it's a whole bunch of viruses. And yes, it kills viruses on surfaces. It is not a vaccine. It does not cure in any way or form a virus inside of your body. So eating Clorox wipes or drinking Clorox bleach is not going to cure you. It's going to make you sick, and you'll be lucky if you don't die or have huge kidney problems. Like, don't do that at all. But holy crap, Q is literally putting out to drink, capfuls of coronavirus to keep from getting it. I shit you not.
Yeah, I know, I believe you, because I saw the picture. They were spreading it, and it gave like a Dettol bottle or whatever, saying it kills kills that stuff. It's sad.
It's have to be like, okay, if you're stupid enough to drink bleach, am I required to save you? Like, I feel bad. I've got a heart, so I'm going to tell you not to drink bleach. But if you're dumb enough to drink bleach, maybe you're doing our genetic pool a favor.
Yeah, and people to realize that a virus actually goes into your bloodstream and all these things. The virus goes into your entire body, and if you simply drink bleach, that kills like the stuff on local areas. It's not going to hit in your bloodstream before you die.
But just to make the point here, the same people that were telling you to follow the plan without question are now telling you to drink bleach. And someone out there actually did it. If that shows you what kind of organization Q is, I think that is a perfect example.
Yeah. That's it.
But there is a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of, on top of it, that's on one side. On top of it, we've got tons of government misinformation. There's every doctor and nurse that's been on the ground has told us that there's more than 100,000 people infected, and yet we get much smaller numbers from everyone else. But then when you look at the hospitals, at the live streams, at the IP cams, it looks a lot more like 100,000 people than 9,000.
Yeah, true. Now, if you already bought this whole bleach to drink it, then don't drink it, but use it to actually disinfect your doors and all these things. Like
right.
If it hits the US. So
dilute it, 25, 75. Put it in a spray bottle, and on surfaces you can spray it and wipe it down. For that, it definitely does work.
Are you talking about bleach?
Yeah, disinfectant.
Yeah, bleach will kill anything.
Yeah, but it will kill you as well. Like, it doesn't. Yeah. It's not.
That's true.
Yeah, and to be in all honesty, if you drank that bleach, right, you would die, and that virus would still live inside of your body, inside of your bloodstream for 24 hours.
Yeah. True. So if you were a Q and you were stupid enough, or maybe you just wanted to believe it, then you bought this whole bleach thing. Use it to clean your house and clean places.
Your bathroom. And your laundry.
Don't suicide yet, please.
It's real good. real good for making your whites brighter.
You know what also kills viruses is chemotherapy. That they found out that people with HIV that got chemotherapy, when they were done doing the chemo treatments, about 10% of them didn't have HIV anymore. But they also
So
compromised their immune system as well. So
if the virus has a 2.2% death rate. In China alone, China's population 1.2 billion people. That's 26,400 deaths. Oh no,
Million.
20,400,000 deaths in China alone.
Yeah.
If that death rate continued, is what we're seeing now, and unfortunately, I'll post this in the chat too. But unfortunately, it matches. Like, it's not showing us what we would like to see, and that us being completely wrong. You know, we're 10 people off in a situation where most likely there are double that number of people that have died. You know, that have died from it. In all reality, you know, confirmed deaths and actual deaths are two different things.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. They might be like downplaying it because some people might have died from they had like other illnesses too, and those people might be not counted by the government because they're saying like, yeah, this guy probably died from diabetes or whatever. They already has it. Like,
Well, and
yeah.
we've had, you know, their CDC director has stepped down. The CDC director that was in before him has now died. He's one of those casualties, and he wasn't, you know, he was in good health. I think that's probably a real big sign when your CDC director dies of the disease. And then his underlings stepped down because, you know, lying to the entire world, and pretty much could have told us about this a month ahead of time and didn't. Now, that being said, our government monitors absolutely everything around the world, and they're going to act like they didn't know about this. Shit, we knew about it on the show, that we were saying that people are getting sick from a mystery disease, right? That was said on here, and the government is acting like they're just now discovering it. Oh, we're just now knowing that the Chinese government was lying. What would make you think that they wouldn't lie to you? And for the stupid reasons, they're worried that if they seem weak, you're going to take the China Sea. They will lie to you to seem like they're still strong.
Yeah, like so people do need to actually be worried about this, but I do get what Tyler says, like that we shouldn't have like mass panic because this might make things actually a lot worse. Like if we all like go to public places all at once, like hamster stuff and all these things, destabilizing society is not helping either.
Yeah, turning on each other isn't going to make it any better. You know, the things that humanity does when it's stressed are not going to work. But look, you know, the thing that makes this virus so powerful is the things that make us so very weak, right? All of our made up games, the virus doesn't care about. Doesn't care about your fake ass borders, doesn't care about any of that. Doesn't care about your profit margins, doesn't care about your race, doesn't care about your religion, doesn't care about none of that shit. Doesn't care about Brexit, doesn't care about the impeachment, doesn't care about any of the things that are slowly destroying humanity, right? It works together regardless. And so far, right, it's beating our asses because we refuse to work together. I heard 5 different news casts of 5 different countries saying how their scientists are all frantically working for a cure. None of those scientists are working together. None of them.
yeah,
And there's at least one of those governments that's right now, right, looked at it and said, "Oh, how can we turn this into a what?" Guaranteed.
Yeah.
But yet, as we face a global pandemic, they will never think, "Hey, maybe we should stop the bullshit here and work together." But no, you're Muslim. I'm from the West. We can't work together. My scientists will work on it, and your scientists will work about it. What about the patent? You know, there's money to be made in the patents, and that whole fucking system is gonna fucking kill it. Not because we couldn't fight a virus, no problem. We couldn't deal with this, no problem. But our system is so fucked, it will cause millions of people to die. Well, I don't want you to build anything on my island, so I can't tell you the secret that there's the coronavirus. We don't want to look weak in front of the West. oh, we don't want to look weak in front of the E. And then
It
they'll
does
act.
help. It does help keep the whole world destabilized, because now people are kind of in that panic, and so it furthers that agenda of keeping us from being comfortable or from being relaxed, which helps stress out the whole body of people on the planet.
And the problem with lying to make people feel comfortable is you don't give them the information to prepare, but on top of it, when you're seen as lying, it undermines all of that security that they had before. You're better off to tell them what the story is and lay out the plan on how we're going to fight it than you are to lie to them and then come out who didn't have a plan to begin with. You spend all your time and energy lying and none of your time and energy getting prepared. So it literally has the opposite effect, because then when you do come out with the truth, it has eroded any source of security, right, that the people had listening to you to begin with. Now when you talk, nobody believes you and scares the fuck out of them.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I don't know. Just watching TV, it's all the pharmaceutical companies and their failed devices again. Get back into that, but I mean, it's really how can we trust any of these companies that are supposed to be out there to help us?
Well, yeah, I mean, you have to conclusion. Am I going to trust Bayer Monsanto to make my vaccines? They don't give a shit.
I would sooner take a roll of the dice and trust that over trusting Bayer.
Yeah, so I mean, the people that it's again those things where you've got the pharmaceuticals in the word in itself, the industry in itself of making medicine is not inherently evil. But these companies have spent so long fucking us, you can't trust them with anything. And like openly screwing us over, like there's endless lawsuits, and I mean the medical recalls, and all of it has to do with their psychotic move for profit. But yeah, they'll create a vaccine that doesn't do anything, but they'll make huge amounts of money off it. They're that kind of people, and it's hard to trust them when you know that the person next to you wants to make as much money as they can off of you being sick. But the industry in itself, the idea that somebody has to make medication, right, isn't evil. But the people that are running these places, right, the companies that they've become are. Right? You give me those resources and I'll have you a fucking vaccine. Right? But they don't look at it that way. There's no like limit to the things that they'll do for profit. It's not in U.S. interest to collect up the most genius virologists from all over the world to fix this right now. No. It's in U.S. interest to carpet bomb people, but it's never in U.S. interest to do anything positive. And
Well,
the
you
same
wonder
for
about the.
money
I would
would
disagree about the carpet bombing too. I mean, I need to see a report, a really well done one that shows that there's some advantage to doing that. I'm not
good luck.
convinced yet.
I've never seen, like 20 years later, you almost never look back and see the win. We're still fighting in North Korea. Nobody has ever been able to explain to me what exactly we're doing there anymore. It changes every 5 years.
It's every 5 years. To me, that's just a constant waste of money. But
Yeah.
what do I know?
We have no. Look at all of the. We trained and almost went to war because we have to practice invading a place. But you guys didn't set up anything. You didn't practice what to do in case of a pandemic. Well, not really.
Hey, it is actually a good question, guys. Like, do we even know what the infection rate is in North Korea? We don't get any stats from that, but it is close to China. I think it's like attached to China, right?
And we've got the animal trade on top of it. We've got the smuggling that has to be done because of the sanctions. So for people to get food to begin with, there's a lot of smuggling that's going around. South Korea did not even stop flights until from Wuhan until 3 days ago. And the rest of the world is slowly closing down, borders, but has been flying their normal flights nonstop, back and forth from all over the world. It's just at a certain point, I don't know if any of the things that they're doing now are more than to make you feel better. I think in some of it that, you're almost better off to deal with the problem as if it's here than make a big show to make people feel better and not have any effect. All of the people being checked, if their temperatures are up, they could be carriers. Their temperature isn't affected for the first 14 days or, within 14 days. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just like a bunch of clowns are running the show, which are the same bunch of clowns that have been running the show.
Yeah.
And we just had so many natural disasters. It's hard to trust these people to respond in any way different than the natural disasters that they responded to. It's pretty bad.
There's kind of there's a gap in logic there, but the same guys that got you, same say, how does that work?
Yeah, it does. It doesn't.
No, that's bad math, man. That's some Common Core math.
Like, got some of our leadership that are trying to, Mike Pence and all of those guys are trying to usher in the apocalypse. I don't want somebody in charge of a pandemic whose number one goal is to usher in the apocalypse. That is a bad deal.
Well,
you just don't have that Zionist messianic vision, Terrence. That's what's lacking here.
How big does the check have to be?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, let's get to the chase here, buddy. How many zeros?
It doesn't make it sound any better.
But hey, you can just party the rest of your life, relax, have maids, servants. Hey, you don't have to make your bed. Come on, man. What's up? Let's talk.
I'm not. I don't. I'm not good at this.
Right?
I've had people explain it to me, and the whole. I've done research and I've looked into the whole, and it just seems like all of this is a bad idea.
Yeah.
Well, we have to kill a third of the population. Okay, well, let's not do that. Can you give me?
But you'll make a ton of cash. It'll be yours, Terrence.
I'll have all the monies. I can swim in it like Scrooge McFucking Duck.
Yeah, now you're thinking, buddy. See,
you're catching on.
You can see it our way.
Drinking
no, it's cool.
Betsy DeVos in no time. Oh, that made me a little nauseous. Hold on.
It does, right?
Yeah, hold on. I got it. I think if I could just keep the nausea down, I think I could pull it off, right? I could put on the suit, act like a little rich fuck. I think we could do it. But the nausea, man, it'd get me. Just blowing chunks all over some elitist prick, I think, just ruins your whole.
Yeah, because you need to be a good corporate shark. That's what we need.
Yeah.
Greed is good. Actually, from my research I've seen, green's pretty fucking bad. Where are you getting this from?
I think you could do it.
I wouldn't.
Family.
Don't put your faith in me, man.
I'm just so disappointed that petroleum as a fuel, period, in all forms, have been obsolete for over 40 years. So here we are still, that's all we're doing and just pumping it in the atmosphere. Yeah, driving our cars, and
Oh, we need more.
Yeah, yeah.
Not even like the cars keep on getting bigger and bigger, like miles per gallon, but y'all keep on pumping out more and more oil. We should literally be using less oil at this point.
Yeah.
We should give thanks to all the dinosaurs that had to die so that we could have gasoline and blow exhaust out of the exhaust pipe. We should give thanks.
Which in its essence is like, when you step back and look at it, it seems like the people in power are definitely a death cult. Everything in their world exists around death, whether it's the medical industry that now exists around death, whether it's the fossil fuel industry, which is literally digging up, right, millions of tons of compressed dead dinosaurs, right? Or they're in the military industrial complex, which is, again, an industry of death, literally the merchants of death. It seems like the only thing that they know is death. They literally are invested in nothing else.
Well, you could be in coal. That's dead trees.
Yeah, yeah. Just there. No, do you guys not invest in anything that doesn't have to do with death? Yeah,
Well, we're doing our best to screw the oceans up, with the byproducts from the oil. So, no, yeah. No, that's pretty much sums it up.
Right now, our pH level in the oceans worldwide has had a drastic jump over this last 6 months, and it's now gotten so bad that it's starting to dissolve the crabs and crustacean shells under the water.
Wow. Whatever. I just want to hang my head, wow, we've done that. Humans are some destructive little turds, buddy.
I'm not sure that'll kill them, but the radiation will at some point. I can promise you that.
Yeah, we've got radiation now pouring out of fucking Fukushima. They don't even talk about it anymore. They're just
Talk about a death cult. I mean, give me a break, man.
That's not the worst. If you go down into the Pacific, that's where all of our nuclear testing was done in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. And a lot of those bombs didn't even explode right. We just walked around and picked up the radioactive plutonium. We put it in a temporary dome, and it's just waiting. It's just sitting there waiting to fucking spill the biggest nuclear spill of all time into our ocean. And it's just I mean it's a miracle that it hasn't collapsed already. Like an absolute miracle. And here's the thing about the dome. They just dug a hole, pushed the nuclear pieces in, got a bunch of soldiers out there, didn't tell them that they were picking up radioactive waste, right? They just told them to pick up the little shiny bits. Then they dumped it in the hole and put a dome on it. But they
didn't put a dome on it for a long time though, right?
Well,
they waited years to do it, and then they're like, "Oh shit, we better cap that off or something."
Oh no, this one they did in 4 months.
Oh, okay.
It was real quick, and they didn't put anything inside, inside of the hole. So there's nothing on the sides of it. They didn't go in and spray it with anything. So it's just an open hole. So even now the radiation is slowly leaking out into the ocean. But once that dome collapsed, we are the Pacific will just be irradiated.
We're awesome.
We've got plenty of time to fix it.
Whoa. See, you're going against the grain here again. That's not the game plan.
Look, I will start GoFundMe right now and get Elon Musk to launch that shit into fucking space.
Well, sure, just send it up there. Yeah, like the aliens would let us do that. You're like, hell no, you're not doing that.
Shoot it into the sun. I don't know exactly what, but get it the fuck out.
Yeah.
Well, he's too busy launching. What was it, Tesla? Shooting into Mars and then missing. I mean, he really kind of dropped the mic moment. Didn't quite work out.
Come on, it was just a little bad calculation. We're okay.
How did you miss? How do you miss a planet? How do you miss a planet?
Well, you got to figure out where it's going to be 18 months from now when you get there,
Well, yeah, but you would have, bank left or right a little bit. Just seems like an awfully big target to miss altogether.
Well, there's this thing about targets. They're a little further away than we realize, or maybe they're a little closer. And either way, we just don't know what the hell we're doing. But hey, we got the contract. You did, haha.
Yeah. No, look, man. You give me that kind of money, I'll launch whatever space.
Hey, I'll tell you, I'll promise you the moon.
No, it's he seems like he's trying, but he's awfully stuck. He is deep in the corporate world, which I think hamstrings what Elon Musk do. I don't think he's realized it yet, or he may never. He might not be the guy to realize it, but.
Hey, man, if you're banging a different porn star every night, I think you lose touch. I know I would.
Is he banging a porn star? Who's his? Isn't he with that? I don't know who his wife is, but I think they might be having a baby pretty soon here.
Oh, is that right? Well, years ago, man. I mean, he was getting around, going to all the Hollywood parties,
doing his thing. I think it was
I mean, shit.
He was Bruce Wayne.
Come on, if I had that kind of money, you're telling me you wouldn't go crazy if you had that kind of money.
Yeah, well, I'm already crazy.
I know, we're all better than
I'll
But
take the money, dude.
I would like, yeah, I would do crazy shit, but just not that crazy shit. I'd do something real crazy like feed the poor. Fucking psycho, man.
Yeah, there's no money in that. What's wrong with you? Yeah.
Don't you know I'm loco?
That's where it's at, though, man. Tell you what, the food not bombs people here locally, man, that they are there religiously, man. And I mean, them homeless people depend on them. Every other city across this country that they're involved in, those people are there. And,
Yeah.
and they do that stuff for free. I got so much respect. So it really says a lot.
Oh, and Varin in the UK and like his whole, all the Anons there, man, they are on the streets every single night. And I mean, for years, yeah, it's amazing to see. It's just, man, if we could all just, I mean, there's so many people working to the same thing. If we could all just work together for one moment, and, you know, explain to the other, you know, people that are, you know, given to the Red Cross and all of that, just fuck all of that and let's fix some of these problems. So much harder, you know, so much easier said than done.
Yeah. It really is.
Even on the issues, there will be millions and millions of dollars spent in speeches about veterans homelessness and this and that and nonprofits and all of that, and none of them will ever just buy veterans homes. None of them. They'll make enough money to buy every single homeless veteran, you know, exponentially. You know, we're talking like a $500,000 house, and no, they won't.
Yeah.
It'll get wasted in just making the rich richer. Bunch of guys in an office sitting in suits talking about what they're going to do about inequality or poverty. Just, you know, there's nothing worse than a room full of millionaires at a table talking about what they're going to do about poverty. You gonna feed the poor? No. We're gonna have expensive meetings about feeding the poor.
Yeah, we'll spend more on the get-togethers and the conferences than it would just take to just give the homeless guy, the money.
Yeah. The advertising campaign, the t-shirts and coffee mugs always get me. like if you know, every single, like, the amount of people that have a stupid ass fucking coffee mug, they spend millions and millions of dollars on it. You know, I care about veterans coffee mug, but yet don't buy the fucking coffee mug. Just end veterans homelessness. You won't even need the coffee mug. You can get world's greatest asshole on it.
Well, it's just not there.
Yeah, much harder said than done. If we ever figure it out, man, we will fix this for good. We do have a couple, I think. I mean, we did talk a lot about Corona. Is there anything like, you know, that you guys want to put forward of information or things to look out for in the next few weeks, besides like just keep updated?
I've been kind of busy digging around on things. I don't know.
I'd say basic prepper stuff. Get some storable foods, colloidal silver, builders. That shit's fairly cheap.
Yeah, it really is. It's a good, or you can even make your own. You're into that too, with silver 999 silver rods and batteries. That's all you have, distilled water.
Yeah, and be, you know, prepared. We put out a little on, you know, a couple of my pages. We put out a little, you know, just a short emergency, you know, DIY emergency. I guess I could read that off. This is really for any emergency, but we urge people to just keep one of these in your closet or by the door or, somewhere where you can get to it, in the back of your car, somewhere where you can get to it in an emergency. With this, I wouldn't advise it in the back of your car because you may have important papers or something like that in it. But just know where it is. But just in a normal, school backpack, doesn't have to be anything fancy. It can be something as simple as a cardboard box, just so that it's all in one place and you can grab it and go. But some water, some non-perishable foods, a small first aid kit, some disinfectant, a face mask, N95, moist towelettes, a cell phone charger, preferably charged all the way up, a cell phone and charger, the cell phone charged all the way up. If you have or can get a personal little USB solar generator, they're maybe $20. You can get one. You just plug it into your phone and you can charge it. And not worrying if power goes down, you still have the ability to get news updates and sometimes answer the internet and get on the internet, call and all of that stuff. If you've got a little one, infant formula, just have one back just in case. Make sure to check how long they can be stored. Some of them don't have a very long storage life, so you might have to do some planning. But keep one just in case. Backup, pet food if you've got pets that you're going to bring with you. Any important papers that you might have, insurance, houses, credit cards, all of that stuff. Put it in a Ziploc bag so that it's waterproof, and put that in the backpack. And that's just to, you guys can add anything that you want. That's just a quick, easy emergency bag. And look, put a foldable knife in there if you want, or tools in there if you need. You can put anything else in there that you might need. Medications are another thing that you should put in there. But that in case there's an emergency, you can be self-sufficient for a day or a couple of days and let some stuff blow by. On top of it, avoid large areas of people. Avoid that physical contact inside of those groups. If you're in a shopping area or something, make sure to wear a face mask. Gloves if you have them, and then make sure to get rid of those gloves correctly. Otherwise, what you'll end up doing is have the virus on your gloves, and then when you're taking off the gloves, you just end up spreading it all over yourself. So you kind of need to make sure you're disposing of those correctly. But yeah, that's what we've been putting out, just as a quick, easy go bag for just in case. And you can do way more than that. You can do less than that if you don't have the resources. But the idea is to have a little bit of food back, a little bit of water back, and things that you may need in an emergency to hold you over for a day. Yeah, but other than that, guys, I don't know. I'm not a virologist, so we've given you pretty much all the information that we have, as people outside of that field can give. But all the things that I think that have been mentioned over here are facts and good information that should be spread around.
Yeah, I think it's just like folks in the hurricane paths and all the rest of it. I mean, really anywhere you live, you need to have some kind of backup plan, and they're all basically the same and involve the same stuff. So having all those things you just mentioned, like the storable food, filters and whatnot, you can survive easier through many things, not just this, if it happens. So it's not a waste to do it.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's going to be an emergency, and you've got that one less pressure off of you, knowing that, hey, even if shit doesn't go right, we're still taken care of for this day. And honestly, I think that being self-sufficient needs to be more a part of our lives. People are so removed from anything that goes on. If this system stops working in any way, shape, or form, they're lost. You can't grow your own food, you can't get your own water, you can't make your own electricity. You don't know how to make medications anymore. So you don't know how to do anything but go to the store and have it put in a bag for you. and that's not a way to live.
At all.
Because at the end of the day, you end up depending on people that don't really give a shit about you. But I think it's better for people to be as self-sufficient as possible and not need them for anything. Would be the goal. But to need them for as little as possible. At least that's my. I mean, some of that is definitely opinion. But the less that we depend on people I mean, look at it. The farther you get away from people, the less that they care about you. And it's hard to say, that you're depending on someone to take care of you that lives in Washington. They care about things that happen in Washington or wherever their families are, wherever they're from, right? You're low on that list of people that they give a shit about.
The government
you see in their
consistently screws up.
Yeah.
They can't plan. They don't seem to be able to plan for this for some reason.
They don't want to. They want the emergency. That's the deal, right? Human misery, right? Poverty, disasters, right? They're lucrative, right? If you've got a bottled water company and you've got a contract with the government and a disaster happens, you are making so much money. Right? It doesn't have to get to any of the people. It doesn't have to be handed out any of, right? You don't even care. You just got the contract. So I mean, there are people that when a disaster hits, they're happy.
I see a budding business here, with all these politicians that have shit to cover up, and you need to be able to inject some kind of narrative into the news cycle, being able to create these, fear porn type events. I mean, that's very lucrative. It really is.
Yeah, and they all it's very rarely, and I know the I think it was the last, not the current Australian PM, but the last Australian PM, and he wasn't a photo op. There wasn't he wasn't it just happened that somebody took a picture of him fighting the wildfires, helping out a fire team that was there. And, a firefighting team that was there. And that's so different than you see, exactly like you said, the disaster porn that our leaders go through. They all go through and act like they care, and they all have the solemn face when they walk through a town. But then when the PR thing's over, that's it. No help comes, no changes come, no aid comes, right? They get a PR thing and a couple of pictures of them hugging someone that's house has been destroyed, but then that millionaire doesn't say, your house, to build a house on the island only cost about $5,000, right? I got $5,000 in my change drawer, right? They never do that. They never help it. They were there. I remember getting into it with Anderson Cooper because they had brought to Puerto Rico. They had brought 3 helicopters, right, with a reporter in each one, and no emergency supplies, no relief supplies, not even bottled water, nothing. They just spent millions of dollars to fly helicopters here while we're trying to fight to get the colonial importation law. You remember you couldn't import any of the relief aid. All the ships were right in the ocean because of some law to stop trade with Spain, right? And CNN shows up with 3 helicopters and forgot to put any aid on it, but then went and walked around like they gave a fuck, how much they cared.
You just got to get in front of that camera. It's not what it is; it's how it looked.
Yeah, and
they had they had their food and their water. What was important?
Yeah, and there was.
And it was their helicopter.
Yeah. Yeah, and I will say that it wasn't every, because although I was asked not to say his name on the show on camera, we did have a multimillionaire give us his jet to move relief supplies back and forth.
That's cool.
And I mean, there was no benefit. He paid for the gas, he paid for the pilot, he paid for absolutely everything, and just said, use it, do whatever you got to do. And it
millionaires this weekend, the Super Bowl.
is this weekend the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because Ellen DeGeneres keeps on fucking putting ads on my page.
Please avoid the game. They're overpaid. They get paid by the elitists. There's no reason to watch it. And please don't come to Tampa because that's where it's at. Stay out of Tampa. It's going to be a nightmare.
And we probably want to stay away from large groups of people over this next couple of weeks. And there is somebody that's going to be sick as fuck, whether it's this or not. But you can imagine it. There is somebody that paid a huge amount of money for their tickets and is going to be deathly sick and will go anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean.
Oh, there's going to be lots of people that are sick and say, "Oh no, I'm not missing the Super Bowl."
Oh shit, that's this weekend, huh? That's how much I pay attention to sports.
All ads for like all the people that are performing or all of that. Forget that I had posted. The only reason I said it is because those like
I'm telling my patients we're watching the Super Bowl. I don't give a fuck if they want medications.
You'd have a riot, bro, if I was there.
I posted the yellow vest, right? The firefighters, and like on all over every single one of the ads that they posted for the Super Bowl, I replaced it with I put the firefighters fighting in Paris on their page, and I think it said, "Have you ever ridden in the car on the way to the Super Bowl with when your significant other is performing at the Super Bowl?" And I think I wrote, "Have you ever stood with the people on the cusp of revolution?" and then put the picture of it down there. But yeah, we've been like all of the Super Bowl ads. We immediately put and are using that tag for the yellow vests in the protest this week because it's gotten crazy. But that's what we've been doing with the Super Bowl ads, at least. I will take over a celebrity's page. I don't give a fuck.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck.
I don't care. You've got million viewers that are going to blow smoke up your ass and think that you're awesome and are going to praise you with praise. Like, you give a shit if I post one, you know what I mean? If I post something important on you. Like, I know some of them get all bent out of shape, but in all reality, fans are going to, love you, all of that. We're trying to inform on something important. I could care less about what fucking brand of shoe you're wearing. I don't care. Right? If you're going to pay for an ad bullshit that I don't care about at all, then I'm going to post on there with something that's real. And if that undermines your advertising campaign, well, you can wait for my tears, I guess. Oh, not that wasn't one. Keep waiting. Yeah, I guess maybe it's the Anon in me. I've got so little respect for celebrity.
I thought you were cowering to him over there, trying to get some funds out of him.
I wish. Go ahead, but no, that's probably. I wish if I did, I would. If I did, I probably would do a lot better, no doubt. Right? If I was willing to, I'd never go on. I post information on. Ask them for cash because they ain't gonna give it to you anyway, and they've got a million people with their hands up for this or that or the other. But if I think that I probably would do a lot better. Beg and stroke your ego and tell you how awesome you are by acting like somebody else on TV. But I don't, so I get no love. In fact, sometimes I say stuff I'm pretty sure they definitely don't want to talk about. Kanye.
Not unless there's a camera around. How much did you offer him? Do you have a camera or any? Do you have a big subscriber base of any kind? I mean,
what did I? No, there was because we've had a couple of people. We've had a couple of people say they were coming on, and fuck, I forget which celebrity said that they would come on the show, and we got all the way down the thing. It was one of the. Oh my god! It was maybe one of the child stars. Fuck, I forget who it was, but yeah, they wrote me back and were like, yeah, we'll come on the show. It'll cost about $10,000 plus amenities, and I was like, what?
Isn't that Corey guy? You wanted to get the Corey guy on, right?
Oh yeah, Corey. No, that's not him. He will come on. He said that he will.
Corey Feldman?
That's Corey Feldman, and he's like he shares our stuff. Like everything that I've asked him to share, he's shared, even when it's gruesome. He seems like a real good guy.
He's easy to get a hold of.
Yeah, and he's real like if you contact him, he'll write you back and all of that. He does want to come on the show. It's just been like a timing thing. He's trying to push his new album and all of that. And I understand he's got his career and all of that stuff going. But he's been super cool. And in times when I've asked him, directly about stuff dealing with the music industry and child molesting and all of that, he holds no punches, right? He answers like directly and all. So that's the deal though. Like I respect him for all of the things that he's done outside of acting, right? Like who he is as a person, which just puts me at odds with a lot of celebrity. I'm just not into it. There's people I'm starstruck by for sure, but none of them are like movie stars or any of that shit. But if we could just come on, like Preston, you and I need to get together and we need to really figure out how we can get to kowtow, right? How we can get to bootlicking and kissing ass, because if we don't figure this out, I don't know if we're gonna how far we're gonna get.
I mean, that's a real problem. No, I've seen it, especially in the corporate world. I know it works. I just can't do it.
I remember way back in the day, I come from a military family, and my dad was up there, right? And when he was starting to get out, it became more and more apparent, right? He needed to kiss at. Like that was really the name of the game. And I remember being a kid and being in it and hearing, the arguments and all of, why don't you just, suck up to the guy a little bit? Like I just didn't understand it. And then as a grown man, right, and being in that same situation, it hits you and you're all like, oh yeah, now I understand. I'm not kissing anybody's ass. If you do things that are great, then you get respect, and you know what I mean? I've got no reason to kiss your ass. Like, that's totally different. Bow your head and kiss my ring. Nah, I'm good.
Yeah, that's that prostrating thing. That's kind of, man. Both sides of that are weird.
Yeah, like the fact that you would go through that you need to bow your head and kiss my ring. Yeah, but both sides of that are weird. The person that wants it, but then the person that goes with it, I can't understand either. But yeah, we're gonna have to put our mind together here and figure it out, so we can get farther in this. I can maybe learn the celebrities a little bit better. Get a couple of them. Hopefully, speaking of, Killer Mike will come on eventually too. He's another one that said that he would come when he's done with this tour.
I'm not familiar with that.
He's a rapper, but he does that. If you ever go and look it up, Killer Mike, I'm Glad Reagan's Dead. And that'll give you a good look at the kind of hip hop he does, and it's real. Not all of his songs are political, but the ones that he's most known for are extremely political and like no games political. But yeah, he's a free thinker in a game that doesn't have a.
Did I lose everybody?
Uh-oh.
Oh, we're here.
There.
But I mean, we got a little bit sidetracked there, but I don't think any of us have ever gotten along very well with celebrity.
Except for John McAfee, I guess. It was nice to have on.
He's not sucking his own dick yet.
Yeah. And I didn't really require us to kiss his ass in any way to be on the show or talk to him or interact with him or any of that. He had a more this is who I am. If you don't like it, fuck off kind of attitude. And So yeah, that's yeah, his attitude was a little bit different. Like I said, I didn't feel that we had we didn't have to beg. He said, hey, if anybody wants on the show, contact us. We'd love to have you on the show. That was that was the extent of the ass kissing required. And I do like the guy. He's brilliant. He's crazy. He's a fun one, but he's brilliant. He's got that kind of yeah. When you're that smart, you don't always meld with society well, and he's taken that all the way. Um,
So did we discuss the whole Brexit thing already? I mean, it's kind of big today. It's going to happen today. So
Briefly, we talked about the date that today was the last date of Brexit, but us not being European or English, your perspective on that is way deeper than ours.
okay, yeah, well, today is the day they will actually leave. I mean, the European Union signed it. They signed the agreement, so everything they all agreed, and they will actually leave today. So a few days ago, they were in the European Parliament, and of course, Nigel Farage, who is like the leader of the whole Brexit thing, he's like a celebrity now, right? He was inside politics already a bit a celebrity, but he now became a celebrity because he actually succeeded. And yeah, and he was giving like a speech in the EU Parliament saying like, 20 years ago you guys laughed at me, and in 2016 you stopped laughing, and now you everything's different, right? You didn't believe him, and he said that all these other politicians from like Britain who were like sitting around him, they were all like clapping for him and like cheering, and then the European Parliament, they were showing like British flags in the European Parliament. And then the European Parliament lady, like who was in charge, she said like, yeah, your flags are not allowed, right? You take your flags with you and stuff. So these British guys, they stood all up, and they went, they got out of their chairs, and they like literally walked out of the EU Parliament with they were like waving their British flags and stuff. Like it was really a spectacle. Like it was, of course, it was just like a Broadway play, right? It is like this is all pre. They all discussed this before, like to make like a little scene about this, and
Political theater.
yeah, political theater, because behind the scenes there are already all kinds of agreements that the Brexit thing is like more like a publicity thing. It is good for people wanted to go out of the EU, but I'm convinced that right now nothing much will change directly. Everything kind of stays the same. Like, because they still have all these separate agreements which are like outside of the EU itself. Like you have like the European Human Rights Council, and you have like all kind of other things they signed. They have all these trade pacts that won't really change at all. What they can do technically is like they can like they could close their border, for example. They could do it, but the fact is, it's very unlikely that they actually will.
Well, I'm not going to be able. We can't. I'm not going to be able to talk about this without bringing up Northern Ireland and the UK and Ireland, and the fact that Ireland is still part of the EU. So are they an occupying army in Europe now?
No, because that part was taken out of the deal. So at first they were demanding a hard border with Ireland, so they would close the border with Ireland, right? But that part seems to be taken out now, so it will just be open border with Ireland still. So that's why I'm saying like nothing much will actually change, I think.
I mean, that was a real big one, being that they are an occupied nation.
Yeah, but this is when you put Boris Johnson in charge of Brexit, who was not actually pro Brexit, but he just like you had the Brexit party in Britain, and they were like really hardcore. They wanted like a no deal out of the EU, like destroy the EU. That's what they really wanted.
Yeah,
And but Boris Johnson is just the old conservative party. They're like 100 years old or 150 years old. They're like the oldest party in Britain, just like Labour.
Did anybody see his kind of like Boris Johnson's kind of disjointed hand of the future speech? It's weird.
Yeah, what was that? Trying to think of what he did.
He was, yeah. I mean, I don't. Like I said, I don't. I think it was actually a week that we let pass where I didn't get to talk about it. It's a weird one. So he is talking kind of. I don't know if it's after something or he got an award, but he's giving a speech about the future of England, and he can see the hand of God. No of the future. It's weird, man. And he's like looking longingly into his imaginary of the future. It's the most disjointed elitist like speech you'll hear. Very elitist, very English. And it just seems like he replaced God with the future in the speech that he had wrote previous.
Well, they're all so great. We should just remember that. I don't know how we forget. They always remind us. Forget.
Well, we like a lot of their titles don't have the same meaning. Like they used to have us call them Lord and sorts of, and we don't really do that anymore. We now jackass and pompous prick, things like that. And those titles don't seem to have the same amount of weight as they did before when they had everybody convinced they were put there by God.
I wonder how many people actually believed that even way back when.
I have a sneaking suspicion, probably about the same amount as do now. It's just like then if you said it to their face, they cut your head off, and now you can't. But I have a sneaking suspicion everyone's always thought they were full of shit.
Yeah.
That's what in a way that's what I meant, because it used to be bad kings or bad people had their heads chopped off, and we don't do that anymore. It would really get a point across, and it kind of shocked everybody, and maybe for 20 years you had a government gave a crap about you over there, and then they were right back to it, but at least you had something.
Well, and they changed a lot of the rules. So a lot of the things that used to, they made everything that you do punishable by death, but everything that they do just normal business. But yeah, and it's still a huge symbol. We've seen the guillotine set up at several spots, and I mean that's kind of the point. When you look at the protests that are going on in France right now, by the time you're having your thugs violently attack firefighters, yeah, probably it's time for you to at the minimum push on, at the most, yeah, that's probably about guillotine time.
Yeah, how long is it going to take? How long are the French going to drag this on before they do what they got to do?
I mean, and I think now they're starting to import, to hire mercenaries to do a lot more of the violent beatings as well. But as long as he can continue to buy the police forces and they're willing to continue to violent people, that's got to change. I don't know where they're still finding these. I think the proper term is jackboot. Like, I don't know where you're finding these people that are willing. I mean, at this point, you're beating up, and I'll even take that back, because they're getting their ass whooped by unarmed firefighters. But they went out there to beat up firefighters. And so far, they've been able to, one or two of them here or there and beat them with nightsticks. But anytime that they've actually had to go up against a group of firefighters, they've been pushed back to their little control posts and hiding behind that, and I think some water cannon. But yeah, those, like, some of those videos are infuriating in France when you see what the cops shot that firefighter that was holding the flag on top of the water can at like less than 100 feet with that rubber bullet, and I mean tries to catch him right in the chest. Remember, those less than lethals are meant to be bounced off of the ground. They're not meant to be fired as projectiles into people's faces.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, that's like cops everywhere. I mean, I'm not saying they don't care, but you get them in the heat of battle like that, they're going to start shooting them at your face. Yeah.
Well, I mean, but that's the deal. If you're a cop and you're standing there, you're like, okay, if whatever you're doing requires you to shoot an unarmed firefighter in the face, you may want to reconsider your life. You're the bad guys. In that story, you're the bad guy.
Well, they ought to be about at the point where the cops just say the hell with it, join up with everybody else, and actually rush the palace. Push Macron out, do whatever you got to do, and get it done, man. Why are they pissing around?
Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't know how big or how long does this have to go on? Like, it's obvious the people of France are against this. I don't know how it can be any more obvious than that. And there
Yeah,
was a
Macron's. I mean, think of how hard headed he's got to know. I mean, look at your streets are a disaster in your capital, and you're hanging on like you're somebody, still reviewing the troops with all your pomp and ceremony. It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah, what he's went to go to the theater to enjoy the theater. I know that the protesters that was like a twofer. First, then we posted the story of he went to a show, to a theater, uh, to and like a bunch of protesters found out about it, and some of them did rush it. They got pushed back, but then the government agents got onto our page again, and were in there posting, "Oh, can't the man peace? Can't the guy just go to a show? No, no, we give you no peace. The fuck do you think that meant? You don't get to fuck everybody out of their pension at a show."
Yeah, he's hard headed, man. I can't believe he's most politicians I think would have for the better of the country would have stepped down already. And at
Yeah,
the same time, it's like the people. I mean, you've been organized with for so long. It's like just finish it off. Just do it. Get it done.
I think without we have removed from the side for sure any violence. So he doesn't really have the same fear that I think leaders in his past lineage did. He's not going to lose his head out of this. Most he's going to step down. So he's willing to. It seems he's willing to do whatever he feels like to get to certain ends. But I mean, it's not working. That pension is not going to pass.
Yeah, I don't see how you get reelected. But hey, I mean, the French surprised me. I mean, it's because it's like you should have known when he was running, and he's a Rothschild's banker. That should have been all you needed to know, and you still voted for the guy.
Yeah, and I mean that standard. That is standard Rothschild banking. Our country needs. We need to get funds for this or that. What do we do? Take it out on the poor, right? Take it out on the working class. They would never consider, right, taxing any of the billionaires standing next to them, right? They would never immediately tax the working class, tax the electricians.
Yep.
Which the electricians are killing it, guys. I don't know if story about what's going on in some of the electricians, but yeah, they've went through and turned the electricity back on in poor neighborhoods, and turned the electricity off at government office.
Oh, there you go. Now they're catching on. That's
the way it should be.
Yeah, so if you guys don't, that's fine. Just not going to do it with any lights. I mean, you're honestly the guy that's out there beating a cop. What are you going to do when your place catches on fire? You're call. I mean, I would love to be the fire department that got that phone call. Yes, they've burnt down the fire department. It's on police department. It's on fire. Bummer, man.
Sorry about your luck.
Yeah, you might want to call somebody about that.
Yeah. Did you call the newspaper? Did you call the TV?
Maybe call Macron. See if he can. But yeah, by the time you're violently beating firemen in the street, you need to reconsider. You need to reconsider your. right? You're on the wrong side of history, no doubt.
Yeah.
Well,
But
let's look forward here. What is this going to be? The fourth Republic of France. Let's say they get their shit together and get rid of Macron. How many republics is this going to be?
it's French, guys. So, I mean, when this protest is done, we'll have a little bit of a cool off, some celebrations, and then right back into the next protest.
That's cool. Wish we could get half that spark here.
Yeah. But I mean, look, they have not let up in, I mean, we're almost a year here, aren't we?
It's over a year now, I think. I'm pretty sure it's way over a year.
It's like 62 weeks, somewhere in there, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
wow.
If there is one thing we can say for sure is they are the Yellow Vests are not going to give up.
Yeah.
So I mean, they've tried everything. You know, the violent tactics, the water cannons, the tear gas, the beating people without any recuse or anything. Right? There's no you can literally do a human rights violation on live streamed social media and get away with it scot-free, and yet it has not deterred the protesters at all. In fact, it's made them all that much more dedicated. I mean, that's what's amazing to see is Macron has used every dirty trick, every violent tactic that you can use, and it's only made them stronger. It's only put more people on the street. It's only got more people angry about it. It's only like informed more people because they see, like with ours, they'll see the firefighter video and then what's that about, right? What are they protesting? And then they find out what they're protesting and then they're on board. Like, hell yeah, stay the fuck away from my pension. They're always trying to steal our pension. I've talked to very few people around the world that are immediately not like, yeah, they're always trying to get. Every country that I talk to is like, yeah, they always trying to get our pension. They're always trying to steal security. But I've been so inspired and proud and yeah, just it's amazing to see how many different ways and how willing the French people are to stand united on this one.
Yeah, I can't really think of any time I've sat here in the U.S. Maybe back in the 70s and the anti-war stuff, but other than that, I can't think anything.
Not across like so many issues. You know, you've got like hardcore anarchists, protesting next to, farmers and union rep, and firefighters in the States, even though we should be able to have a march from sea to shining sea against Monsanto, against fracking, right? Like they're like both of those issues cross all boundaries, right, left, gay, straight, like every single American, like a real person, right, that you talk to says that we should ban fracking, right, says that we need to ban Monsanto products and Roundup. But yet we never get to that point. We get distracted on the left-right Soros game, the whole, the bullshit that happens with all moves in America, that it never goes anywhere, and you never get to have like we do on here, a real conversation. You never get to act, you never get to really get past the divisive stuff to march on the things that we really do care about. Police brutality is another great one because we get argued in the racism of America, and we forget that this affects poor people more than anyone else. We argue about and the racism is part of it for sure, right? And police brutality the race is a part of it. But everybody in prison is poor, right? Everybody the police shoots is poor. And we never get to have that conversation because at the end of it, the fix is the same. Ending police brutality is the same. But we never get to have that conversation. It gets broken up in the need for a right-left economy. Well, that doesn't sound like a Republican. Well, that's because I don't care about what the Republicans think, right? I care about whether that point is true or not. Well, that's not a very progressive. I don't care what the progressive left says. I don't care. Is what you're saying truth? Is what I care about.
Yeah, well, what the kind of conversations you get to have are the kind of like what we see every day, the political theater. You don't actually get to have real conversations. You just don't get to have that conversation. I mean, you said it. You don't get to have that conversation.
Yeah, they give you your list. That's the thing about when you hear either side talk about the agenda, right? Because those are the things that you are allowed, that somebody else made up, the issues that they've decided you're allowed to be outraged or not outraged about, that you're allowed to fight for, and you're not allowed to violate that at all, ever. Or you immediately become some sort of fucking pariah. This week we are all marching that John Bolton is the greatest guy to ever walk the face of the earth, and I think that's fucking bullshit. I think he's a war criminal and deserves to be in prison. But for some reason that puts me against the fucking lock and march fucking left. It drives me crazy. Like, are you in war or not?
Well, the corporate thinking liberals are for war. It's all the like, I mean, the Democrat Party is like the land of misfits, right? You got all these groups of oppressed or victimized people that they try to allegedly help, but there's definite strata there. You know, it's like you have the corporate style versus the social on the lower end. I mean, they don't always line up. It's like a nuns, you know, they don't get together either.
No. I mean, we do, and we like we do, and we don't. Yeah, I mean, I'd say anonymous unites more than any other activist group that I've been a part of. I think that our bigger goals are much more. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, exactly what I said there. That the conversations that we don't get to have in the left right world, you do get to have in the anonymous world, and you do see people that don't mindlessly follow in one direction or another, even if they are progressive or they are conservative. They're still allowed to think freely and speak freely. We don't have an agenda, right? Where in the other side of it, God, if you violate any of those ideas that you may or may not agree with, fuck, they hang you out to dry. You can't say, look, like, I agree with you on 99% of these things, but this one thing I definitely don't agree with you with, and I'm not going to tell you that I do. Well, then you're not really part of the Democratic. No, that just makes me a liar. If I'm saying that I support something and I don't, right, I'm a liar.
Well, no, the cult of Republican and Democrat demand complete loyalty. It's an absolute monarchy. You see, you're misunderstanding. This is not a political party. There is no arguing. It's a monarchy, and you are told what to do and what to say. And if you can't do it, then you're not a good party person.
Yeah, you're not.
You're not the kind of sheep or lemming that we can form and herd where we need to go. See, we can't.
I'm getting. You're not a real Democrat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so if you can't do that, and you got a couple minuses here. You told us you don't want to be a bootlicker. That's a big problem. And then you don't want to prostrate yourself. I mean, what are we supposed to do with you?
Yeah, what the fuck are we supposed to do? All right. Geez, what else do we have? What else do we have on here? I know there's been some cool science stuff. I don't know if you want to, Tyler, about the skin image that was taken. Uh-oh.
I probably got another call from.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Who.
I don't. Yeah, because I don't know the specifics on this. I don't know if any of you guys do, but the highest resolution image of the sun. Oh, that was the sun. Sorry, I thought he said skin here. Yeah, the highest resolution image of the sun was taken. It says, I think he misspelled it SIN, and I thought he meant skin. Was 2 days ago. I did see that story, but I don't have the numbers on how detailed the images were. But I do know that they God, we learned a lot of stuff from some of the experiments that we're in the middle of dealing with the sun right now. A couple of the things that they found out was the solar wind and the waves that are involved in solar wind, and the power that they go out with is much stronger than they thought it was, and the temperatures were a lot different than we thought we were. We actually get hotter temperatures on some of the outside of the sun than we thought that we would only get on the inside of the sun, and it's kind of a mystery on why it's heating up at a a part a little bit past the corona after it leaves the sun, which normally couldn't or shouldn't happen. Um, yeah, that's really all I know about, and it was a few days ago, read over when the news broke about the images and some of the science that was there. The heating up part, of particles after they leave the sun and are, wait quite a distance out into, a little bit of space there, is really cool. I think that maybe it has something to do with the gravity is slowing it down, and it's leaving at velocity, and then the gravity is slowing it down at a certain point, kind of at that edge of the bowl, if you will, of the gravitational pull, and it's slowing up some of those particles, causing them to smack into each other again and heat back up a little farther. But we'll find out. It's still a mystery. I think they actually have if somebody wants to write in their ideas, that they're actually like taking ideas on what you think is causing it. We'd love to hear them if somebody wants to post them in the comments, what you guys would think would cause the particles to heat up a second time after they leave the sun.
It's got to be four-dimensional physics beyond my understanding.
I'm sure. I'm sure. Neil deGrasse Tyson is working on it right now.
They got a theory on it. Well, I mean, they really don't seem to be able to understand it. I think there'd be some kind of theory. I mean, you've been looking at the damn thing for how long, and you still haven't figured it out? Come on, man. What are you guys doing?
We're just figuring out that you can use it to power things on the sun on the planet. So if that's any, to see how far we've gotten. Yeah, we're just now deciding we can use the sun to power the things around. We do have. I don't have any personal like direct updates on the Hong Kong protests for our viewers that want more information on what's going on in Hong Kong, what's going on in Asia. I would urge you to watch our ABB Asia show. So they're on the ground. They have firsthand information. Great language skills to be able to tell. Where people talking from and where their ideas are coming from and all that. It's just really amazing to have that panel. So if we do have viewers that want to know more about what's going on in Hong Kong, I urge you to go watch the ABB Asia show.
Yeah, it's very enlightening. Very enlightening.
Yeah, and they're all brilliant, brilliant people. I'm really glad we got them in. Got to expand ABB a little bit. That was really exciting for me. But they're really like your one-stop shop for information about what's going on in Asia, both protest side and cultural wise. Sometimes it can be hard for Westerners to understand why somebody would do something. When we ask on why the hospitals and all of that, without having the information that that culturally some issues with death and cultural issues with death. That's why they're reacting that way. Sick might not have made sense, and they were able to breach that left and that east and west there. So really proud of the show, but please go watch them because people want to know the truth. They want to know what's going on the ground, and getting your information through a filtered source that has their own agendas and wants to sell you stuff and all of that, compared to getting the truth directly from the source, are two totally different things.
Tree Fisher is in the chat, by the way. She is in the Discord server here. So if people have questions, you can just leave a comment, and she can answer by text, and we can just mention it on the air. I guess you can just read it here in the Discord.
Definitely, yeah. If you guys, if somebody posts a comment in there, we'll read it off. I think it's important to get the information, directly from the source, even if it's in our case where we're, just telling it one person over. It does have an effect to say, hey, I saw this with my own eyes. This is what's going on. You can make whatever you want out of it. You can have your own opinion on it, but this is what's going on in the ground. And that's so important in compared to what we do to what corporate news does. They get a story, they make whatever story they want, whatever, they're going to get us likes.
God, who's mashing on buttons here?
Sorry about that. My bad.
That's abuse of keyboard. I'll have it's gonna be a Microsoft, work order. Kicked out on that.
For a lot of, we had some people ask, about the show and how often we're doing it, and I'd like everybody to know, if you're not on the ABB.com, the AnonymousBitesBack.com website, go there, because there is so many good stories on there and good information on there that we don't have time to end up talking about show. It just reminded me with the clicking going on, because we've got several hosts that are literally writing, entire articles while we're talking about the same stuff that's on here. So, if we don't talk about on the show, check the website. Or if there's something that we didn't go into a depth, chances are there's a much more in-depth article with the links that you're looking for and the dates that you're looking for, and the citations that you're looking for on the webpage. So you can click the "Want to know more" button. Yeah, I don't know what you guys. We do have a couple of things left on the list, but I don't know what you guys want to.
I don't know. Maybe John. John, you want to talk about Perfect 10 with Microsoft?
I missed you there. You cut off.
Oh, the Perfect 10 with Microsoft new vulnerability on their cloud.
Oh yeah, we could talk.
I don't know.
about
I
that.
didn't really read up on it. Just spotted it. Sorry, but yeah, there was another Microsoft huge flaw in their I think on their cloud-based. I think it was on what the fuck was it? What's this thing? I think it was OneDrive, maybe.
I'm so glad I don't use that.
Yeah.
Yeah, what the flaw vulnerability. Yeah, I'm not sure. I just as a question. So if there's a leak of information off of cloud, does that count as raining?
Wait, I think I have a picture of how Microsoft works. Where is it? Discord. Put it here.
You're talking about remote code execution on the actual cloud, and you kind of like you break the restrictions on the cloud and the isolation, so they're no longer separate, and you can actually like manipulate code on the actual cloud of other people and programs. So there's a really big exploit, but they did fix it quickly, but only after this group Checkpoint approached them. So
now, is this separate from the security issue that they had last week that the NSA informed them of?
That's a good question. In this case, it was Checkpoint informing them. Okay. So I'm not sure about that, but it's like we don't know when they actually patched it, and we don't know how long the security flaw existed. So it's like it is actually really big, because their Azure platform is one of the biggest cloud platforms in the world, probably like the second largest after Amazon. and you're talking about all these businesses being on there, millions and millions of users, including banks and stuff, right? And you can run, you could actually modify code and stuff. So that means you could like technically, if a bank is doing transfers on it, you could like modify a payment from like $10 to $100, for example. You could do it.
Eventually, they would catch it, but right off the mark, you could be done.
Yeah, they could catch it, like they will see it, but they already have the money, right?
Yeah, that's it. Withdrawal.
Yeah, you're in some kind of country where you don't care about the U.S. law or whatever. So yeah,
Wow.
like we've talked about North Korea before, so.
Yeah.
And there's time they do get robbed, that they do, that hackers do take money from the banks, and the banks don't say anything about it in hopes to conceal that there's security flaw.
Yeah. You mentioned the NSA thing, and yeah, and that is only 2 weeks ago, like 2 weeks before this flaw. Yeah.
Yeah, and what's interesting is they caught like the NSA of the last flaw, but then didn't know about this one.
Yeah, and that one you mentioned could be even bigger because it was like a flaw in Windows 10, and that is like the main operating system of Microsoft.
Everyone's got a Windows 10 system. If you're running Windows, your chances are you're running a Windows 10 system now.
Does anybody follow Sandbox Escaper? The guy, nobody? No.
Who?
Never mind. Yeah, he came up with or he or she. I don't know if it's a he or she. They came up with there's a whole bunch of Windows exploits that they've been. That, I don't know. That at one point they sparked the interest of the FBI. Now this guy works for Microsoft because he's too much of an asset in making exploits. So they just decided to hire him. But yeah, so I'm on pretty much on the up and up on a lot of these Windows exploits, but Windows doesn't design their shit very well. I'm on the Microsoft team. They don't design their shit very well. They kind of just it's almost like you had a whole bunch of coders, and nobody can see what each other is doing, and then they slap it together at the last minute, and then nothing, and then all this shit has like security flaws, Hello?
We lost that. I think you probably said dropped out at security.
Oh shit! I'm not repeating that. My bad.
We do have a post in here from Tree Fisher, and I think it probably is important. As important as the Q thing and not drinking bleach. There was some information put out about face masks and boiling them, not boiling them, but heating cooker. Do not do that, and it does not work.
Wow.
What did they try doing?
They tried boiling
I think it was the Red Cross Hong Kong had put out that you could reuse your face mask by boiling them.
No, you can't. Those things are any of those paper things are one-time use only. Do not ever use any of them.
Yeah, they're a one-time use only. Become saturated once it becomes once you're using it for it's a couple of hours. You need to replace it with. You can't boil them. You can't reuse.
You just throw them away in a biohazard bag and get another one.
Why they would put this out, don't know. It's just, please do not do that. You're just gonna end guaranteeing yourself sick.
Dude, you can get a pack of like 100 for like $6, something like that.
Well, unfortunately, they can't. So there's like a huge shortage of face masks at the moment.
Well, if there's a shortage of face masks, then you know what you can do is you can cut up a shirt, put it over your face, and use that.
Yeah, you're actually making it worse by trying to steam them here. So just your choices are it cannot get a face mask. I mean, the shirt you can make. There's some other ways to make masks, but at the end of the day, if you going to an area where you have to wear a mask and you have one, don't go to that area. Stay your butt at home. Right. So if you're not, if you can't get the proper PPE,
go ahead.
That you're not set up. Like you're just not. You can't go and do whatever you were planning on. Yeah, Japanese politician said that smiling would keep you from getting. No.
You remember that? That has to be almost 10 years ago now.
Oh, yeah. from Fukushima?
Yeah.
Smiling keeps you from getting radiated.
Smile will help prevent radiation poisoning.
I gotta remember that. Hey guys,
that reminded me of that beer commercial.
Guys, I'm gonna go play with some uranium 232. Don't mind if I smile; it'll be cool. I won't get any gamma radiation. It's cool.
Yeah, that gives
5,000 rounds. 5,000 rounds per second is okay, right?
Yeah, that's
sure.
The whole new meaning of radiant smile.
See, that's the kind of science you get from political scientists. It's that real men of genius.
I've been smiling all day, but I still feel like I'm dying of radiation.
You weren't smiling big enough. That's good.
That's the deal. You need to smile bigger.
Do you remember that? Do you remember that? What was that skit? Remember that skit? Remember when Mad TV was out? The Lower Expectations. That was
Jesus. That was years ago.
Yeah. Remember that? Remember that when he was like 20 years ago. That's the kind of line I would see back then. Remember the politicians say that smiling wouldn't get you from dying for radiation.
Lower. I got a breaking story for you guys.
What?
Public gets online access to Jeffrey Epstein's prosecution files.
Who?
Really?
They were just recently released. But these are from the 2006-2008 prosecution of Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, that's Trump's current lawyer, right?
Alan Dershowitz. Yeah, he was. Yeah,
the only guy that gets to be charged as in a case and yet gets to be a lawyer for the same time. Only they get to do that.
Yeah, this is the guy that went directly from the Epstein trial to Epstein's apartment to get a free massage from an underage girl. But just to set everybody's minds at ease,
he was wearing his underwear.
He was sure as he was wearing his underwear. So,
wow!
Like, who the fuck says that?
Someone that was just having sex with an
somebody that's lying through their ass.
Forget lying through your teeth. He's lying through his ass.
I just can't believe that, out of all of that, out of everything that's going on with Epstein, that's the lawyer that you would pick.
Yeah, at least I was wearing my underwear. You just said this in a pedophile case. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Well, the thing is, Jeffrey Epstein had to have a crooked lawyer. You can understand, who would want to be his lawyer? Somebody that's involved with him,
like Rudy Giuliani. Shit.
Oh, there's probably a long list. I mean, come on, you put enough money in front of these guys, they'll say anything. They'll find a reason to say anything.
Well, and he probably owed you some favors, like the fact that he immediately went out his free underage massage.
You know what? I could actually remember when Trump was over there at Epstein Island. There's like a bunch of pictures of them there. I actually could picture him be like, "Yeah, what's up with all these underage girls? You have a lot of daughters, eh?" He'd just be so stupid to the point that they're all fucking paid escorts. could actually picture.
Yeah. That was Trump was with Epstein at a party, and he said that. I remember that.
No, he's stupid. He doesn't know. He never knew what was going on. Trump's too stupid.
Oh no, because what Trump said, that was exactly what he said. He was like, "Oh, a little young."
Yeah, it's like, hey, wait, what's the big deal, man? I mean, come on, these guys have got money. All these chicks, they want to get banged, anyway. I mean, throwing themselves at guys. They want to get the child support.
That picture of Epstein and Miley Cyrus, man, he's got his hand just about as far up Miley Cyrus's ass as he possibly can.
Holy shit!
Really?
Wait, what? Really? Miley Cyrus? There's a picture with Epstein?
Oh yeah, you don't remember that? And when you see the picture, like he has got.
No, I didn't even know that.
Please post that.
It's bad.
I want to see it.
All right, yeah, I'll post it.
I'm not ashamed to admit it. I want to see that.
Is that Trump or Epstein?
Epstein. It's Trump and it's Epstein and Miley Cyrus.
That's interesting. See, that's a tie there that nobody's really connected to Hollywood.
Oh shit!
Well, with Weinstein and all the rest of them, no, it's all tied together.
Yeah. No, I knew Weinstein was tied to Epstein because there's literally.
Oh shit! His hand is on her ass. What the fuck?
And like, there is no.
Holy shit! Yeah, his hand is. Oh, dude, that's like, these pictures. Holy shit!
Yeah, that's the my pet look. That's what that is.
No, his hand is on her ass.
Yep.
And look at that, like everything in this picture is wrong. Like you could it makes your heart drop. Look at the look on Epstein's face.
Yeah, and they're holding hands walking down the fucking, what the fuck?
Yeah, a lot of people don't, for some reason, a lot of people don't remember any of this, and then as soon as they see it, they're like, what the fuck?
I think that's, I'm not sure that's Miley Cyrus. I think there's a gal, she was like 14 at the time, not saying that's right, but she was from like Eastern Europe.
That's the thing I'm trying to figure out, like, what the fuck?
I don't know if it might be, but
that's her, dude.
Oh, that guy is, he's 50 there. Your hand should never be there.
Yeah.
I mean, if she's into that shit, right? But she was like, she looks like of age there.
I think she's 14 or 15. She's 14 to 16 there. I don't know the actual date.
She looks like she's more like 18 there, dude. Be honest with you.
Well, okay, if she was chaperone to this party, does that make it okay?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Either way.
Ouch. That hurt. That really hurt. Touche.
Yeah, we'd have to look up exactly what her age is. Picture, but
she has to get out her ID at every pic.
well, now look at Epstein. He thinks she's old enough.
Oh, yeah, come on.
He thinks 7 is old enough.
Yeah, he's thinking like, hey, they're out of pull-ups,
Yeah, the fact that Jeffrey Epstein thinks she's old enough means she is definitely
not old enough. Yes, that's horrible. Oh.
The thing is, look at her face, like, and he has, like, that's obvious. I wonder if she was involved. I wonder if she was involved as one of the people who were procuring younger girls.
I don't know, but her, like, he was being.
Look at that face. Look at that face.
Well, ask Ghislaine. Probably knows.
For Disney, you had to go through Epstein.
Wait, what?
So, like, these are all the kids from the Disney, from the Nickelodeon TV shows, and he's with all of them. So
that's right.
What?
He seemed to be the gatekeeper to a lot of the...
To Disney? Really?
It's Disney and Nickelodeon and all...
So you have other pictures of Epstein with other, Nickelodeon girls and shit like that, really?
There's tons.
Well, there's supposed to be
I've never seen any of them. I never even knew about that.
Hey, what's that girl from Nickelodeon that went crazy and started talking and hearing voices? The Amanda, what's her name? Amanda Bynes.
Amanda Bynes, yeah.
Maybe she was there. Amanda Bynes, Epstein, because she was like a drug addict.
Yeah, if you look up just Epstein and Nickelodeon, you'll find a bunch of those, and that puts her. It's Epstein and Nickelodeon. Close into that group of people that were involved in it, but they seem to be the gatekeepers on the way through. So if you want to have a new show on Nickelodeon, you gotta let Epstein fuck you for a bit.
Wow. So bad I'd never have a show on Nickelodeon.
I never knew that he was involved with Nick and Disney and shit like that.
Yeah, well, like the child stars. So a lot of the people, that was his promise, and it didn't happen very often. So that was his promise, right? That if you go through this, there's doors are going to open for you. You'll get acting gigs. You'll get on the inside. And it normally.
Yeah, I know Weinstein did that, and that's the thing. It's like they all do that type of shit. But also, Epstein's connected to Den. If you know who Den is, which was Digital Entertainment Network.
Oh.
Brock Pierce, all them guys.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's
Michael Collins, Rector
of Nickelodeon, or the two, like him and the co-founder of Nickelodeon, really close. Epstein and this guy. He's like.
And what guy? Send the picture.
I'll get you some more. I'll get you the links when we're done with the show, so we're not eating dead air here.
Well, I mean, I just want to see who you're talking about, like who Epstein was close to, and Nick.
It's the co-founder of Nickelodeon, and I don't know his name.
Yeah, I can Google that. Or sorry, fuck no, I got to break that habit. I keep on saying Google it. Stop it.
Oh, yeah. I try not to use it Google very often. I do. I'm not logged in.
Start page, research, fucking DuckDuckGo, anything, Ecosia, even Ecosia, just not Google.
Yeah. Yeah, I may not find what I'm looking for, but I'm okay with that.
I like getting rewarded for my searches,
What, on a Bing?
No, on pre-search. Getting rewarded with free tokens.
Here's some paperwork.
I'm Googling this guy's name, by the way. I'm like, just taking a while. I said it again. Oh my god.
We'll find him. Yeah, unfortunately, I just couldn't remember his name right off the bat.
Okay, so Saima Zarghami.
Yeah. I also have Geraldine LeBourne is the co-founder of Nickelodeon.
What?
Who is it? Is it Geraldine or is it fucking Brian? What the fuck?
Yeah. Dan Schneider is another one. That was the guy that was running all.
Yeah. I knew Dan Schneider was involved in all that shit. That was fucking obvious.
Yeah, and then Geraldine board of KinderCare.
Oh god, this is getting weird. KinderCare.
Yeah, it's bad, man. Like it doesn't take long, but yeah.
It's the thing. The thing is, like, you look at that picture of Miley Cyrus, okay, and Epstein. Look at her look in her face, okay. She knows what's going on.
That like, oh fuck, I just got raped face. Shit. I mean, that her face.
That's not an oh fuck, I just got raped face. That's literally, she's okay with it. Like he has his hand on her ass. Like it's clear in the.
And that's how a lot of these guys get away with it, because by the time you know that it's wrong, right, it's way after the fact. At 16, you didn't think it was that bad of a deal. right? You were going to get what you wanted. I was.
She doesn't look that young in that picture. She honestly looks like she's in her early 20s, dude. To be honest with you, there, I'm not joking.
I would do if it was anybody.
The thing is, like, in her early, wasn't she going all crazy, fucking?
Yeah, whoring herself out everywhere. Yeah, she still does it, right?
This is before that for sure, man. This is before all of that.
So she looks okay with it, and there are two. You can have two theories on it. Like one, she wants like the success and all the big money and stuff. Or second,
she was
her
already
dad,
successful. Yeah, she was already successful. So she was.
Yeah, but
into it,
her dad is also like a successful guy, and maybe she was like literally. This is like real conspiracy stuff, right? That maybe she was literally like raised by her dad, and that he already like this. He's like. Yeah, paying them back or something.
Like, come on, like out of everybody, like maybe I would have expected it, but Billy Ray Cyrus, you gonna let a child molester hang out with your daughter, Billy Ray? What kind of the country are you from?
Yeah, but there's a payment for success.
The devil, man.
Yeah, deal with the devil. So that could be it. That he's like trained from a young age.
I would have.
Yeah, that's what they do. You know, it's called sex kitten programming. It's shit that the CIA was looking into during MK Ultra. A lot of people don't even fucking know that that's real. But yeah, it's basically beta. It's called beta kitten or sex kitten programming, and she looks right there in that picture like a beta sex kitten. Like that face, 100%.
It's hard.
She knows what's going on.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, look at that picture and tell me she doesn't know what's going on.
She does.
She's going, that's good cocaine.
Yeah, and that's another, like, they use drugs and sex, like, you don't really...
Right,
really
yeah.
What you see in a lot of, in a lot of people that are sex workers is at the time, they don't realize how bad of a situation or what they're, of what's going on. And it takes, after the fact, you realize, or you'll wake up one day and the realization of the world, hits you, and you see everything is wrong, or you want, exposed or prosecuted for things that they do. And yeah, at the time you were smiling, but you didn't know any fucking better.
Yeah, for sure. And that's what I'm saying. Like MK Ultra, they use alpha programming, beta programming, and theta programming. And a lot of people don't really look into MK Ultra that much to see that.
Sorry. Yeah, she's 16 in this picture. Jeffrey Epstein caught groping Miley Cyrus, 16.
How'd you find out her age was 16?
Shad Olson.
I have no idea who that is.
Yeah, I have no idea either. We'll just go with Shad Olson.
Okay, Chad. Yeah, she doesn't. She doesn't look 16 there, dude. I'm sorry. She looks like early 20s.
She does. She looks like 16, 17 there.
Yeah, I'd give you anywhere from, I'm not a good, as a dad judge, right? Anybody below 25 looks like a little kid to me. So I do have, problems, gauging sometimes. But I would have given her, 16. I'd say any older than that, 16 isn't going to have any interest in her. It could be all young child molester. If you're not a child, he's not interested in it.
Yeah, the Monarch program, that's one of them. I don't remember any of the other programs. There's MK Delta, MK Theta, MK Naomi. I don't remember the other ones. I just named 3 of them, so. No, well, MK Ultra was the actual full umbrella, and then it was split under the MK Ultra. They had different subdivisions, and it was MK Naomi, MK Theta, MK Delta, and then there's others that I don't remember off the top of my head. They're really difficult names.
Yeah, and these guys,
Well, the thing is, the CIA was always connected to a lot of cults throughout history. One cult in specific is still active today in Oklahoma. So if anybody really wants to go expose a cult, and I'm not giving you fucking hacking advice, but if you happen to be using your computer to hack, there's a good target.
Yeah, there's something I'd look into.
No, yeah, I'm 100% like
That
there is a cult there.
I look into. There we go.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, though. I mean, it's a legitimate cult that's still active today. Nobody's exposed it yet, and there's been cases throughout the past couple of years where women can come out and say that they've been abused growing up and stuff like that, talking to therapists, and nobody really does anything.
That's the overarching problem, is that there's plenty of evidence, there's people speaking out, there's plenty of.
The thing is, the place where the cult's actually being held is a very rich oil town, and it's a very small town. You would not expect this, but it is going on there. Like, I can confirm it.
Yeah, backed cult, even worse. All right.
We have 9 minutes.
Yeah, I think we went through most of the big topics that we wanted to talk about.
Did we update on the coronavirus, Wuhan virus?
Yes.
It's now up to like 10,000 people that are infected, just in China.
Last 2 hours.
Yeah. It's now like 10,000 people in China, and the World Health Organization has finally called a fucking emergency, but they didn't say that we should ban flights to China, which
Russia did.
Well, you're right, but I'm saying internationally, saying that everybody should be banning flights to China.
Yeah, Russia didn't ban flights from China. Russia only closed their border, and the train border. So
no, they did. They banned flights.
Okay, yeah. Last time we had
that happened this afternoon. I heard it on the radio.
Yeah.
Well, it's about time. I mean,
once we knew that the Chinese government had known about this virus for almost a month before they told anybody about it, right? The whole game of quarantine and flights and all that does.
We found an article earlier today that said that they stopped shipment of packages from Hong Kong and EMS services from Hong Kong to China on the 26th of November.
Oh, wow.
So I think that this goes back to November. I heavily believe this goes back to November. There was a case in the New York Times where they reported that 2 people had a quote-unquote pneumonic plague, and
bubonic.
not bubonic, pneumonic.
Never heard
like
of it.
Pneumonia. Yeah, they said that they said it wasn't bubonic, it was pneumonic, basically saying that they had pneumonia. And there's 2 people, they said, that had pneumonia, and that it was going to turn into, or it could turn into the next Black Death plague. And I think that the fact that they reported this, and then China has the whole coronavirus happen, right? I think that that's too coincidental, and I think they're connected, but I don't have proof. Because, I'm not a fucking virologist. So, I mean, who knows, right? But, I mean, I think it's very important to mention that.
Yeah, suspect at least. Some of these, you don't know, and like we had said before, there are so many players involved in it with, that lie, that have their own reasons for lying, it can take us a minute to get down to information. Uh-oh. Get booted.
No, I'm here.
So I don't know. Even if the virus is not deadly to such a large percentage, they should still block it. I think because such a huge number of people suddenly getting like pneumonia and stuff will destroy your economy for sure. It will destroy your country, everything.
Absolutely, and they just said recently that 99% of people getting this virus are males. So, you don't have a virus that is only spreading to males. That's a biological. That's a biologically created virus.
That's weird.
Yeah, and you have to look at it. Yeah. Men are more likely to put themselves in dangerous situations. If somebody has to go to the store, the guy's the one that's gonna, that may be more likely to do that. There may be some reasons why you have a more likelihood of being exposed as male or female. Some of that we just have to crunch the numbers and why.
Well, somebody already crunched the numbers. That's the thing. There's an article where the scientists say that it targets males. It's not targeting females as much as it's targeting males. And there's a higher death rate of males than females right now. And they're saying that, again, 99% targeting males. This is a legitimate article. Very, very shocking. Very shocking. And also, earlier today, we talked about China was burning bodies of people that were infected. So, if they're burning bodies, this thing is way more contagious than what they're saying. Meaning, there's way more people infected by it.
There definitely are. The burning of the bodies, some of that may be Buddhism, in just how you prepare the dead, and cremation relatively, almost immediately after death is pretty normal. We don't cremate over here, so, a lot, in the way, it's not, a big part of our religious belief, right?
Christians have that cremation. A lot of Christians go for the cremation.
Definitely, but not our Buddhists in general don't bury their dead. They cremate.
Yeah, that's true, but this was people being burned who had coronavirus. It wasn't, as far as I know, the article said nothing about religion. It just said that China was secretly burning bodies.
Yeah, that's the important part. So, whether you're doing something, that's the difference between knowing whether thing's right or wrong is if you're doing it in secret.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so if it was, just in the normal burial rituals and,
Hey guys, we only have a couple of minutes.
And that's different than yeah, so we are jumping numbers really quick here, guys.
Wow.
Okay, we need to give our public service announcement to spay and neuter all politicians.
Yes.
And lobbyists.
Are you guys doing a weekend show this time?
I think we're doing week shows. I think.
At this point, we probably should with the fucking coronavirus. It's probably going to be at least by the weekend. Probably going to be at least 20,000 now. I did not expect it to go up so fast. I didn't think that China would even allow those numbers.
They're going to jump exponentially. That's just the nature of viruses. But yeah, I think, for our listeners, we will be doing emergency shows. We will be doing some shows this weekend and in the week until this blows over, just so we can keep people updated into what's going on and what's fact and what's fiction.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it is necessary. Obviously, if you look at the Twitter or our Periscope, that episode we did earlier today is already 8,000 people watched it, and the one on Sunday, 13,000. So it is clear that people actually are looking for information surrounding this.
Yeah,
Yes, they are.
bad thing is that Facebook and Twitter and all these platforms are now starting to censor people and delete posts. Facebook said they were going to start deleting posts of false information around this, which is like, who is deciding what's false information in this?
That would
The SPLC.
that went almost immediately once the real numbers started coming out. When they found out they were lying to us and had to step down, that whole "we're going to remove fake information" became, well, that was actually real information.
Hey guys, we're out of time.
Dun 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 dun.
We'll be back same time, same place next week, and we'll roll out with the credits.
I hereby declare this to be an unlawful assembly. I order all those assembled